How's everybody doing? We're back with more Splatoon Raiders, and at this point, we're mainly focused on that bottomless buffet. So we're in post-game with Splatoon Raiders, and at this point, the main focus of the post-game is going to be the bottomless buffet stuff at this point. So we're working further down this endless gauntlet of challenges, trying to see if we can get to a notable point in it, because as the name implies, this is an endless gauntlet of challenge. But I have looked into this just to see if there's a proper end point for us to work towards. And once you hit floor 100, then after that, then you're just doing all this for the optional like high score run, essentially. Because after floor 100, then from the looks of things, you get all the collectibles from that point forward. After floor 100, you're not getting any kind of collectibles outside of just standard material you can use for upgrading your gear and gadgets and such in the game. So we're working towards just getting the story significant stuff, because I do believe there should be our final scroll in that specific section of the game. We do need that still, as we're missing one more piece of collectible along with some other treasures as well. So we're going to be working our way towards that in particular. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and get the game itself loaded up and get this bottomless grind started. I did play a little bit of this game in between sessions, not too much, but I mainly wanted to focus on building out something new. Something that's a little bit more optimized for the bottomless buffet stuff. And I was looking up some strategies people are using right now to grind things out, because people are really going in for this grind from the bottomless buffet right now. I don't know what the current record of floors is, but it's like over 900 floors people have made it past. It is insane. And it gets really, really difficult from everything I've seen and heard. So you need to have a specific kind of build made out just to get further into this bottomless grind. So in particular, I built out this. Even though it's not perfect, I'm still missing some core components from this build. I think that this is one of the more recommended kind of builds right now. Now, the weapon's more of a placeholder. This is the one part I really don't have yet, because honestly, grinding weapons in this game is the hard part. But you want a primo weapon of some kind, and it's got to be a 5-star. Primo weapons are the strongest of that weapon class, and a 5-star lets you upgrade the weapon past a +5, because you need this thing to get as strong as possible. Not to mention, you want perks on it, and in particular, it's good to actually have Icebreaker and Explosive Ferment on the weapon. So I got really lucky that this specific blaster I found was not only a primo weapon, but also it had two of the abilities that make it much easier to grind. Because I don't have many of these perks, so it's really helpful I just had them on the weapon to start. Now, from what I hear, blasters aren't really the best for like the later floors of bottomless buffet if you want to really maximize damage. From what I'm understanding, I don't even have it anymore, because as you can see, I've been selling a lot of the weapons, just trying to make up for a lot of the crystal that I've been spending. But the weapon you want in particular is a Primo E-Leader, from what I understand. Primo toy blaster like this that I'm holding is also pretty good as well. And even like a Primo sloshing machine, or a slosher, I should say, in general. Not Explosher, it's Explosher. Keep on mixing them up for some reason. Explosher is also a really good one to have as well. But at least in my experience, Blaster works pretty well for this kind of setup as well. And you notice also I changed out some of my gadgets. One of them is legitimately something I wasn't expecting any kind of use for, but it actually makes a lot more sense once you start building things out. So I got Jump Bomb, Blast Boot, and the Torque Screw. So in particular, the tank, Speed Tank is supposed to be one of the best ones to use for maximizing damage. That's a big one. And some of these are also placeholder, but these are just some of the perks that I've heard are pretty good to use as well. So Tactical Pro, Mid-Air Jump, all set. Gadget Recovery Fly, and Gadget Recovery Speed. You can kind of like change out some of these. And in fact, I base some of the stuff that I've seen so far off of this build in particular that you're seeing on screen. So not everything's set in stone. This is one of the builds people are using to grind out the later floors in the bottomless buffet to make it a lot easier. And I noticed that once I was getting into like the 30s, it got really difficult. So having a very specific build for a Bottomless Buffet does look like the way to go if you want to really push that challenge. And there are a couple different perks here that we can change out. Like one of them you see on the screen could be a Mega Power Egg Burst. So that way when you collect an egg, you get a medium explosion. This only works on the speed tank. So you need to have at least one of the speed tanks equipped, whether it be the full-on thing or the secondary one if it's part of the power tank setup. But these are big ones. And then you also notice all the abilities. I don't even have like half of these for the gadgets. So we're kind of just going in what we have. But the big thing is you want ferment damage on the torque screw. So everything that's around the propeller blade gets hit with that fermentation stat. And then you also want freeze on your two different speed gadgets in particular. So with the jump bomb and the blast boot. Having freeze on them in particular does a lot when it comes to keeping enemies in place. You can stack more damage on top of the enemies with the fermentation. And then you can combine that with the exploding freeze abilities that you have on your weapon to just maximize damage. And I've seen it so far in some of the super spicy attempts that I've been running here. So, in particular, this is what I have equipped on these specific weapons. I'm still working it out because I don't have all the material. But this is what I have right now on each one of my things. And I do feel like my gadgets could be a little bit better. I'm not going to lie. I don't even have a lot of the later abilities you need for these because you got to build them. But based on what I have, it's optimized to a point where it works for my build. And it does do a lot more damage compared to what I was using in the past. So I feel pretty good at the moment with this stuff. I need to go into Bottomless Buffet and actually see how this works myself, because that's going to be the real test. And again, my abilities are things I'm still kind of playing with as well, because these are the things I have right now equipped, which I'm probably going to end up like changing some things out. Like maybe gadget recovery speed I change out for the Mega Power Egg Burst once I get into Buffet, so we can see how that works. But this is just going to be a general idea of how this kind of setup will work now. Staying in the air for longer like this also gets my gadgets recharged faster too, which is a great thing to see. I can throw down another torque screw. And again, it's not a guarantee that when I use my gadgets that I get the freeze perk out, but if I do get it, I can do a lot of damage by cracking open the ice. I'm doing 31,000 damage just from that alone. And I still have the perks of the speed tank here, with also the perks of the tactic tank. So I get that speed up, I get the ink covering the ground, and I also get the fermentation that just stacks. So it's not the best build, but I'm wanting to see how well this works when it comes to some of the later stuff. And I guess before I go into another mission, I should just show, this is what I have for crystal parts. I spent a lot of my shards. I have a good amount of the material still, but I spent pretty much every shard we have. And there's still more things I can do, like selling weapons to get more back, but I kind of just held off for the moment. I ended up just running through this game last night, and I went through all of the exploration treasure missions here, so I cleared out all these missions for the super spicy rank, so all these are now complete. I still have more to do, and the big ones will be the huge crystal missions. This will really test how the build works. And they're also really good for farming weapons, so there's a specific weapon you're looking for, grind out very specific missions in the game to make it easier, and in particular, it's going to be the crystal missions. But before we do anything else, I'm going to do my little go help bonus for the day so we can get that done. And then from there, then we'll go probably into a Bottomless Buffet just to see how things work. But I might not actually commit to that just yet. I might still want to do another super spicy raid just to test the waters. Well, let's just at least get our warm-up game out of the way by doing a go help mission. The longer I'm in the air, also the more my gadgets refill and even get a little bit of my... I can't think, apparently. I get more of my ink back, which is another big deal, too. Also helps that I'm a blaster for this kind of build right now, so I can actually get some better shots out in the air. And when I'm flying like this, I have perfect RNG. So I don't have to worry about the shots just randomly moving. Nice. See how much damage that just did? That's pretty good. Not even in like the best setup for this kind of stuff right now, but this is just really powerful just for this kind of mission. I'm gonna float my way to the treasure chest, grab this, and that's our first mission. Pretty simple, but that was a standard help mission, so I'm not too surprised. I should also mention, yeah, we do have some extra levels, as you can tell. I almost forgot to even mention that, just because it was such a minute thing at this point, because levels really don't mean anything. I started at 50 plus 6, that's where we ended last stream. So I went from plus 6, up from not 1, 2, but 3 levels. So now we're 50 plus 9. It doesn't make as big of a difference because extra levels now are just 2 extra HP and 2 extra damage points. So I went from having like a plus 6 on my stats, it's not much. That's why I kind of just forgot to mention it, because at this point, the gains we're getting is pretty minor. Alright, let's try out a bottomless buffet. And immediately to start, we cleared 50 of these floors last time around, so now we're ready to go into the start of 52. This is where I was really starting to notice I need to get a better build for gadgets and weapons, because we're starting to hit that point where things get really difficult, so we're gonna need that advantage. It's also helping in particular that my setup can collect power eggs. That's a huge deal when that's kind of the thing that we need to do. Oh boy, we're already in danger. And we got killed by a small fry I couldn't even see. That's about right. Just kill the things around the torque screw, because by doing that, I'll get their eggs. I do need more resources to put into my weapon. I need to make this thing stronger, because it's not strong enough yet. I do need to just grind out a lot of crystal, too. That's another thing I need. I'm just gonna use this here. That freeze damage does do a lot, though. Like, legitimately just freezing the enemies is already a massive difference. It would still help to probably have that fermentation going on, because fermenting these enemies do a lot more as well. It's insane. There you go. Oh, great. This dude. Nice. Oh, wow, we did that so fast. Primo Splatling. That's pretty huge. Now, mind you, that doesn't really work for this kind of build that I have, but that's still really good to have. A Primo Splatling is the best kind of Splatling I can get. There you go. Wow, 51. That was the fastest floor yet. It did help that I got a lot of power eggs in the beginning because I took out forearms. And the fact that I took out forearms so fast was really impressive. I'm liking this build. I can see why this is getting some results right now on the bottomless buffet grind. Because so far, it's putting in work. I don't even have the best weapon set for this yet. I want a Primo E-Liter. That will make this so much better. But I don't even have a single E-Liter anymore because I sold them all. What can I even do with this weapon in terms of upgrades? One level of that, because I don't have any of the crystal needed. I definitely need to fix that. I can scrap some of the weapons, to be fair, because there's a lot here I'm probably not going to use, which is mainly just in this category. All the 4 and even the 5 stars I'm not going to use at this point. As much as I would not want to sell something like this, I think I should probably sell all my 4 stars, which includes the Toy Shark Blaster. Let's do multi-select. Let's get rid of them all. I need the money. And also the material is really helpful too, because getting all these chunks could be a really big difference. Because if I upgrade my weapon here, I can now do 3 levels. Oh wow, I went from 1 to 3. It's not much. I'm gonna hold off on that part. The weapon power, on the other hand, can I increase this? No, I cannot. I can give it the ferment perk instead. A 5% chance to become fermented. Hang on a second. How much? Let me get off type because I want to see. Do I have a ferment chip? You need 50 to go to level 3, but what about level 2? I don't have a single one that I can put this on just to even see. I think it was supposed to be 30, right? It's like 10, 30, 50. That's the jumps now with chunks. The thing is, if I do anything, I almost feel like doing more of the Ink Pro, because it just makes a pretty big difference. Right now we're at 10%. This put me to 15. Not as much of a gain as you would think. Especially given I can give it perks instead. So I think maybe going with a fermentation chance is probably a little bit better, especially with the explosion part on top of it. So it's kind of a weird thing to swap, but I think that's the better play, at least right now. Alright, let's just keep on going down the list. See how much of this I can do before I hit a roadblock. Because as of right now, it's looking pretty good. It might not in the next 5 minutes. I really don't like how this floor is nothing but scrappers so far, because that makes this kind of annoying. Ooh, Bleach Charger, so I got another 5-star. It's not what I was wanting, though. But that can still be useful. And with that fermentation damage. I should mention, if you're using Corkscrew, the recommended perk to get, no matter what, is going to be Floaty Fun. Because that perk in particular lets you use this ability without always being in the air. Because if you use your squid form, then you can fly back down to the ground. It makes a pretty big difference for an ability that's always going to keep you in the air. Nice. Doing good. Keep it up. Ooh, I should probably stay away from all that chaos. There you go. Use the special just to end this faster. And we're good. That Corkscrew just picking up all the eggs really makes a difference. I don't have to do any work for it. I was struggling near the end of last session doing this. By comparison, I'm not anymore. It really just makes a difference just having the right builds. Ooh, got another treasure. And that combines in for whatever this is. It looks like there's one more piece of it. And it's a power thing, so we're not going to be using this ability. The Verticile Angulator? The heck is this thing? Believed to be a measuring instrument from ancient times, it can measure anything, though no specific uses suggest themselves. I don't know what you're measuring with this. It just looks like a contraption with wheels at this point. Interesting contraption. Now close combat goes up to 13%. And this is, oh, it has close combat. Close combat for a sniper is the stupidest ability. You can't even use that. You're always going to be away from someone. That's the point of sniping. It's not like you're going to stand in front of the guy with the gun that's supposed to be long range. That's not the point of a sniper. I'm gonna get this really quick. This is in a really stupid spot, so. That's 3 scrappers. That's a weird spot for the null park. I don't like it. I think I did most of my fighting just this one corner alone. I didn't even have to grab a single egg. Legitimately, that corkscrew is actually a weapon I was not expecting to get so much use out of. Because I'm getting more use out of this thing as an egg farmer than anything else. Oh, there's a level. Is that eel stuck? I don't think I've ever seen an eel get stuck before. I didn't even know they could. I should probably just spam this immediately if they're gonna use the death beams. I didn't even need my second special. I was just about ready to use Fry here in a minute. But we don't even need her. Can we get through all the bottomless buffet tonight? I wonder. Well, at least all the actual floors. Someone's saying getting through all of the endless gauntlet. That is never going to be a true statement. Can I beat all of Sonic 3's Blue Sphere attachment mode? Can you just do all of, what is it, 1 million combinations? No. So if someone ever says they are, they're nuts. That's the same mood. My gadget just got destroyed. Wow, that's the first. I don't like fighting up here. This is pretty awful. What? I didn't even see the thing shoot something. You guys are in, like, stupid spots. These have literally been a problem from, like, minute 1 to get them out. Might actually have our first failure here. But to be fair, I got really unlucky in the beginning, so I do think I wasted a good 20 seconds because of enemy patterns alone. That legitimately was just an awful attempt. I know I can do better. I don't want to get stuck on the very top because nothing spawns up there. I need enemies to get stuck in areas I can actually hit them in, not in an area like that. So we are just going to go this way. This is already way better by comparison, even though I'm almost dead. But I can survive this. It's actually not that bad. This might be another failure. Again, did not have the best enemy setup, but even this should have been enough. So I need to do more damage. I'm killing things too slow. If anything, I should have just popped the Fry special as soon as it was available. I think that was a big problem too. I didn't use Fry. My torque screw got destroyed. I got enough. I seen the egg over in the corner. I knew I can grab it. That's the only reason why we got out. Well, we did get a 5-star of a shooter, so I got at least something out of this. That's good. So I get as close as possible so I can do that. I put the torque screw in a bad spot, but that's not that big of a deal. Oh, I didn't see that. So I just jumped into an explosion. Get me out of here. Nice, look at how fast we destroyed the giant maws. That was insane. We are really racking up the damage now. hit the target? Apparently not. Alright, there we go. I was getting a little close on the time, but we still managed. I can already tell we're hitting that difficulty spike, because once we got the green floors, it gets really hard. I have heard getting to the late 90s in particular really is a problem. So those are not the floors I'm looking forward to. Those are the ones that are really gonna pack a punch. We're already into that part that packs a punch. I think I might want to change out one of my perks for the exploding egg perk right now. I think that might make a bigger difference than some of the other things I have on. We'll see going in between rounds if I need that, because the time is starting to get a little strict, which is telling me I'm not doing enough damage fast enough. Really was a better idea right there to take it safe and slow. So as soon as I saw myself in danger, hover a bit, wait for the enemies to clear, and then wait and ink. Best call. Oh good, forearms again. And that did not take long. I'm gonna do this just so I can get away. Nice, level up. That's really gonna matter if I can't live. I got a car in the middle of the street here. I'm gonna use another one of the specials. And that's it. Alright, let me change up some stuff. Golden Fever outfit. Okay, so I got an outfit for getting a little bit further in. Because that is one of the last ones here. Leave 60 floor. This is where I want to change up some stuff. Because I'm thinking of doing the egg explosion. But what would I change it with? Right now, HP is not as valuable yet. Until that perk gets upgraded, I think the egg explosion is better. Which I don't know what the odds are for us getting treasures that upgrade the ones we currently have. Because they're all here. I already know that much. All the Bottomless Buffet have all the treasures in particular that we have left to collect. But I don't know, like, what are the odds of them to drop. Because I don't get them all the time from every single one of these buffets. I think I can even, like, extend past the final floor. I knew it. I got stuck in the enemy ink. So I was trying to lay low for a bit, and that did not work out. There we go. Give me the gold. There's just so much going on. I didn't realize the enemies were almost all dead. They had to end one of these on a 69, didn't they? I knew what they were doing with the 3 setup. Oh, I didn't know one of you were here. Hi. Okay, that was just a lot of commotion near the end I wasn't expecting, but sure. Just dealing with a forearm just out of nowhere was not on my bingo card. So we have about 31 more floors to go. We're making headway here in this buffet. Got another treasure. And that combines into the Salmavar. I almost want to say Salimator, like drooling, which would not be too surprising for a fish. Anyways, possible tea server, meticulously crafted by a noteworthy artisan. There must have been a Salmonite who enjoyed its afternoon tea. It's a very, very big teapot. Now Mega Power Egg Burst. That's upgraded to max, so now it's a large explosion every time we get one of the power eggs collected. That's gonna be really helpful. Oh man, this thing's nothing but like fire crap. That's not very useful, unfortunately, in this game, which kind of sucks. I wish that the scorching damage did more. It's just doesn't do as much as fermentation, even freeze. Those two alone are the best perks in this game. How did you hit me through the wall, sir? I didn't even have to deal with the Maws or the Stinger that just came out. Both things I don't want to deal with, so I'm perfectly fine with this. That's a lot of stuff over here. I should probably take care of the fish sticks. It's just because I don't want this. And we're already done. Okay, I didn't realize that many power eggs. I thought that I still have to do more fighting. I just didn't want to deal with the Stinger. It's the only thing I was focused on. We're gonna go down here. They'll come to me. Eventually. A little bit more, and we are good. We're almost on our level already. These bottomless buffets really give you a lot of levels fast. It helps that everything is like 30 levels higher than what we technically are. So that's a big help. Nothing really that great from this, unfortunately, in terms of gear. Getting a lot of shards back, which is very good, because I probably should be upgrading my blaster soon enough, since this is probably going to be the weapon that carries us throughout the rest of the game. I love this setup. Like, legitimately, blaster's one of my favorite weapons for salmon run stuff in general, because it just does so much. It's very powerful. It's good on a lot of the ranged enemies we have to fight. Not to mention, it's just a great weapon to use in general. It's always a weapon I just have a lot of fun with. I never really cared for blasters too much back in the Splatoon 1, even Splatoon 2 days. Splatoon 2 really didn't help because it had ink armor. It was hard to use a blaster in that game because every time you turned around, someone was invincible to it. So it really didn't work in 2 in particular, which sucked. That was 100% a design issue with Splatoon 2. Like, as much as I like that game and have a lot of nostalgia for 2, just because it really did put Splatoon on the map, it had a lot of design issues too. Let's not kid ourselves. The game had a lot of stupid ideas, and most of them came with ink armor, honestly. Ink armor was the real big problem. But I've been playing more blasters because of Splatoon 3, and just experimenting with more weapons in the game in general. And this is one of my favorite weapons to just kind of chill with. And going back to playing Splatoon 1, also had a really good time with blasters, because this is just a really fun weapon. At one point I do want to go back and just kind of play some Splatoon 1. I've said this before on streams. It'd be cool just to go back and play the first game again every once in a while, just to go back, see how everything first began, how unbalanced Splatoon 1 is as a game. It was the first of its kind, and it shows. It's not a bad game, it's just really unbalanced. Nice time for the level up, because that gives me back my full health. Throw this down the middle. That torque screw collecting the eggs alone has made a massive difference. If you're gonna go through Bottomless Buffet, use either the speed or the tactic tank just for that torque screw alone. That has made a massive difference. Although, in my experience, I do think that the speed tank is probably just the best one in the game. It has some of the best gadgets, hand down. Not to mention, it's just a really powerful gadget. Power is also really good, but it's kind of funny how I do feel like some of the gadgets with the speed gear are stronger than the power gear. And that's kind of its job. Nice. I didn't even use Fry again, which I kind of forgot I even had her. I got 2 4-stars out of that. And I did get a 5-star weapon. I didn't see what it was. I don't know if it was another shooter. Let's see. It was... Oh, no, it wasn't even shooters. It was 2 gadget pieces. Victory cooldown and explosion. I might be able to actually use that. Let me see. No, I have no spot. Like, this is the problem I'm having at this point. I have no room. These gadget pieces take up so many of my slots, and 40 is nothing, man. I think an extra 10 would have made a big difference, but no, that's not how it worked. All right, let me see if I can upgrade the blaster a little bit more, because I really want to. I can do, let's say 5 more levels. I don't want to overdo it. I think this would be good enough. Because now it's 50 plus 25, which makes the weapon 75 damage? No, 75 level, not damage. Alright, let's continue. So just right in the middle of the start. I was hoping this guy would have frozen too, but nope, that missed. I'm glad though we did get the drop for the oh crap, get away. I'm just gonna stay here for a second. Okay, we're good now. As I was saying, I'm glad we got the drop for the egg explosion. That was a really good time to get that, just going through all this bottomless buffet stuff, and that's legitimately one of the best perks to have right now. That's another thing. I do think some of the perks are a little bit better with the speed gadget in particular. So even though the power gadget's good, the perks that the speed gadget gets kind of outweighs it in some areas. I picked the right team for that Splatfest we had back in July. Which, speaking of, there's another one for Splatoon 3 that's happening this weekend, actually. The sneak peek is going live now, and it was a returning one for the Summer Fest stuff. I can't remember what it was. I think it was the What Would You Rather Rent Out one. It was the one that happened right for Grand Fest in 2024. So, what would you rather rent out for an event? It was Beach, Palace, and I can't remember what the third option is. I have to look back up. I remember this one from a few years ago, and I remember just, it was a one-sided street. Oh, it was, what would you reserve for a day? And it was beach, palace, or theme park. And most people chose theme park, because this is a children's video game at the end of the day. So people definitely were one-sided in that Splatfest in terms of popularity. I remember last time I was like the 20% vote. The other team was like another 20% vote, and then the last one was like 70. It was insanely dumb. I know it was like, that's 110%. Trust me, I'm like Fry, I can't do math. Well, I'm dealing with all this, don't expect me to do math. That's too much to ask for. The only math I'm doing right now is how much damage I can put out. Nice. Duration up. I might be able to actually use that for the torque screw. Because I am using one of those abilities now, if I'm not mistaken. That's not where that torque screw is supposed to go. Yeah, I had a feeling. I literally couldn't move. I should have probably just used my gadgets to get out of there. There you go. Big Maw's is down. That at least helps. I can still win this. I'm down to my last life, but I can still win this. Just to stay away from all the action and get that egg instead of the one that was literally in front of us. Probably for the best. Two more 4 stars. I mean, I'm not going to use them, so that'll probably be good for shards. That's 8 slots. Oh, I might not be able to actually use that. That's pretty expensive. Yeah, that puts me over by 3. That's a big difference, though. Holy crap, I actually do want that. I can probably reduce some of my numbers if that's the case. I don't know by how much. This is a hard decision. See, this is what sucks. Again, 5 more points would have made a massive difference. 10 alone would have made a massive difference. No, we gotta put us to 40. It's an odd number, too. I think they did that because this is the 4th game in the series, so somewhat significant. I can reduce that, I guess. The vortex damage that goes down to now 41. I'm literally a point away. Fermentation damage. That needs to go up, not down. Because that's kind of the thing. Maybe I do this instead. Where's the duration? Actually, the duration is not as strong. There we put it at 24. Leave everything as it is. See how that works. I need more slots, and I just don't have them. So I have to deal with what I got. That combo might be better than what we just had, so we'll see if the combo of perks make a difference. Oh, this is an interesting start. I'm just gonna throw it in the middle. Get the eggs from that. And that should be enough. Okay, get us out of here. Hey Matt, how you doing? I did not want to pop the balloon fish so soon, but that's whatever. Pop this now. I don't care if we're done, I'm still gonna shoot you. Still ill? Yeah, sorry to hear that. It is probably for the best to take off for the rest of the week if you're feeling that ill. So, I hope you feel better soon. Don't know what exactly you got, but hopefully it just works its way out, whatever it is. Like, please use special. Thank you. Torque screw putting in work, as always. Oh, we're like, I think a couple enemies away from another level, so that's kind of an insult. Hey, another treasure. That combines the vase into a distant gazer. So it just went from a vase to a telescope. Okay. One assumes it's a tool made by a Salmonite with a strong sense of curiosity. A ball hit by it would fly powerfully through the sky. I'm gonna use this thing as a baseball bat. That's the fastest way for this thing to smash into a million pieces. Long range. Ooh, another good one to have right now. Damage don't fall off Sammonites increased by 24%. That is actually really helpful as well. But I don't really have the slots. Because you can only... Here's the catch if you're using a sub-tank kind of thing. You can't equip more than one of that specific tank's powers. So I'm only allowed one tactic tank power in the speed tank. So you have to mix and match carefully. See, this is a pretty big deal. 0.3 seconds every 3 seconds in the air, having my gadgets recover. That, or do I do damage to fall off Sammonites by 24%? The rest of us is reward. You gotta pick one or the other. This is really good, to be fair. I don't know how far off this has to be right now. That's the problem. Like, I'm gonna equip it at this point, because I don't know how far I need to be for the blaster. Like, right here. If I shoot, like, this close, that's 45,000. But if I stand over here, 45,000. I don't know if that's really going to show here in particular in training. So right now, I do think the gadget recovery fly is the better call. Most of the time, that is normally the better call, but just how powerful gadgets are, to be fair. There's the level. I literally called it, like a handful of salmon at that. I'm just gonna stay in the air. Gee, I wonder why I need to go over here. Sees all the danger in the corner. The rest really does not matter by comparison. It really does not. There's eggs everywhere, so I wasn't worried. I just don't want to be dealing with a stinger and 2 flyfish. That is a nightmare. Going back to the Splatoon 2 comparison before, things I don't miss. Nice, I got the freeze chance. Is that another Maws? Like, how many Maws are in this specific map? Holy crap. Just use it. I didn't want to use that. I was hoping to save the special going to the last floor for this round, but that's better safe than sorry. Once I was in danger, that was not a good idea to just wait around. I can see why the E-Leader in particular is definitely the weapons recommended to be used for Bottomless Buffet grinding, because that gets a lot of range. And I don't know if it'd be better to go with just standard, like, Squiffer over E-Leader in some cases, but the E-Leader does more damage, so I can see why that's being used right now to grind. Nothing really good drop from that round. That was kind of a dry round by comparison. Yeah, nothing really great. I mean, this kind of might be helpful. I don't know if I have the slots, though. Like, the standard argument. Let's see. Oh, actually, I do by 1. That barely works. That's good for a blaster, because blasters are very ink hungry. So if I can get ink a little bit faster with a blaster, that's ideal. Because I use this thing quite a lot. Alright, let's keep on drilling, keep on going further into this bottomless buffet. We'll find the bottom just like we'll clear all of Sonic Blue Spheres. AKA never. That's kind of bad. I'm gonna go over here. Okay, we're fine. Can't grab this. It's like right there. I want the egg. This is why we're having the torque screw just get the eggs, and I'm not even focused on that anymore. I'm just killing enemies. We're automating things. I mean, that's just the sentiment in life in general. Make your life easier, not harder. How many floors? Yes. It's called bottomless for a reason. Technically, for story stuff, it's 100. But it's endless. This is an endless gauntlet. That's why it's like half a joke answer to say, how many? Yes. Because it is supposed to be your final challenge of the game for a high score. I don't know how much of it I'm actually having to do, because it's going to depend on my treasures. I've only gotten, like, maybe 2/3 of them all now? So I still have a lot more of the treasures to collect. Did my torque screw fall? No, it did not. Okay. I thought it fell off for a second. Oh, Fry collected some of the eggs. Well, that works out. She can collect them too, just remember that. It's kind of random, though, based on the AI of your helper. Oh, hello, sir. This is why I saved my special. I had a feeling you'd be here. Nice, actually worked out. I can't believe how much I'm actually liking Torcscrew because of this. Legitimately has put in so much work. Ooh, another 5-star. Delivery damage up? I'm not using Boomerang, so it doesn't really matter. Although, that is a thing I want to use in my power tank, so that's good for power tank. Now, if only I could have gotten one of these 3 stars higher, would have been great. I think it might be time to do things with weapons. Like, for starters, sell it all. Outside of the ones that I can't use. Why does it keep on going back to the level? Like the, not the level, like the weapon type. I don't know why my brain's fried at the moment. That doesn't make any sense. I think it's something to do with how this menu is set up. Well, there. Now it doesn't default to the wrong thing every time. How much more can I put into you? Literally another 5 exact. That works for me. Make this thing even stronger. So now that is technically level 80. Can I develop any more parts here? Because there's certain things I still want to do. This could be good. Does put me down a little bit, but does give me a little more power. I don't have anything for cooldown. Let me look at Blast. This will be my next thing. Going from 50 to 100% freeze is huge. This is literally a perfect freeze, so this is what I'm working towards. I will have to change out some stuff, unfortunately, because I don't have enough perks to get the Blast Boot freeze 100%. But I think that's the thing I should focus on. Don't even bother spending the other shards yet. Hold off until I get the freeze 100% chance. Literally, you touch anyone with that blast and boom, they're frozen. Needless to say, that is very powerful, and I'm going to want that. So this is the fish stick round, isn't it? More fish sticks! Why are there so many fish sticks? Okay, well, I don't know where I got the extra eggs from. Thank you, random enemy. That might have honestly been something that Fry did. I legit don't know where the extra enemy came from. Is it now? Because I want to get all these scrappers right in the middle of the pile. This should be enough right here, and that is, so let's move on to the next floor. I wasn't even paying attention to the time. I didn't realize it was already at 16 seconds. That was a little too close. I already know what I'm doing. Oh, it's the second one. That alone gave me like half my eggs, and that was only in 40 seconds. That's pretty good. We had two steelheads like that close to each other. Give that many eggs immediately. And that's the rest of them. I never moved from the right side of this map once. Honestly, the best strat is just to park yourself in front of one of the generators, throw down a torque screw so you can collect all the eggs, and just wail on the enemies. Rinse and repeat until you get all the eggs to leave. Works every time. Ooh, another treasure piece. And that is level 3 for this one, the Eye of Truth. Lifesaver now got upgraded. We're missing 2 more normal perks to be fully upgraded from the looks of things. An art piece which expresses a powerful gaze through layered materials. Its unblinkable stare, compels the truth from the viewer. The truth is... Any primers? Anyone heard of that prime? That's at 20%, right? Yeah. HP and recovery is 20% faster now. Huge. Go. The last 10 floors needed for story progression. We're getting into the real depths, and this is where the gloves really come off from what I hear. This is when things get real bad. Oh, I couldn't even see the enemy. You just pushed me into the enemies. Great, thanks. Thanks. I just got destroyed in like 30 seconds. I did just say, this is when the gloves come off. I think you can clearly see that. Because I am getting destroyed. I have to do the last 2 floors of this with 1 life. That is not going to be easy. Especially given how I was getting destroyed just on 1 floor. How's it going to be on 2? I didn't even know one of these was on the map. Alright, should be good. I just gotta kill like 1 more set of enemies, I would say. There you go. That's how close that was. Because I was a little worried. I was running out of time there, and I only had 2,100 eggs. Oh, great. Look at that. I know what I'm immediately going for. Hate this. I can't believe that worked. That legitimately shouldn't have worked out. I was most likely dead there if I couldn't get away from those enemies using my triple jump. Because that was the only hope I had, is just jumping over water using a double jump in the air and then my gadget for an extra jump, making 3. It's the only survival tip. Holy crap. Another treasure. It's just a pearl, which is the most basic thing. Hey, this one's finished up. Finishing burst also got upgraded. A work that may depict the cycle of life from beginning to end. Or perhaps from end to beginning? Hard to say. Is this new life, or is this the end of the life? I don't know, it's just a fish. What do you expect? 10% chance large explosion occurs when Salmon Knight's defeated. Yeah. Can I do any more leveling? I don't have enough material. Yeah, I thought so. Can we scrap some, then? No! Not really. I only got, like, 11 weapons. That's nothing. I might want to start doing that with some of the 5 stars, but I'm not ready for that yet. Sometimes the risky strats are really the only things that are going to get us out of here. Unfortunately, I got to play this even more risky based on how I'm struggling. I guess it's just a scrapper parking lot because there's nothing but scrappers coming out of this hole. I don't even know where the tail starts, where it ends anymore. That thing got entirely messed up. Having that extra ink that you just put down on the ground with the speed tank is a really huge advantage for just climbing walls. You would not think that'd be so good, but here we are. Nice level timing. What do we get out of here? Let's see. Ooh, another treasure. And that's from double trouble to triple header. Totem's complete. Mega Power Collector also got upgraded. Perfect timing for that too, because I can really use that. 3 perhaps brothers, stacked atop one another, is a threatening display. The one on the top is certainly the oldest of the 3. How can you tell? They all look very similar on age. It's the paint job, isn't it? Power X are easy to pick up when you pick a Power X. HP and ink covers a lot. I don't know if that stacks, though, with my torque screw pickup range. So I don't know how useful that really is compared to anything else we already have. Let's see now. Can I develop the thing I really want? Because I really would want... Yeah! We can do it! Freeze 100%! That's so good! This, I imagine, has to have the same thing after a while, but it takes a lot more shards that I don't have. Alright, now to figure out how to cram that on this. Because I don't have the points. I'm 3 shy. So this is gonna suck. What can I reduce? I've already reduced a lot on this, unfortunately. Damage surge, I want to keep. I think explosive damage I can probably reduce a bit. How much, though? Because right now it's at 60. I don't know if I want to touch that too much, because that actually would make a big difference for the freeze effect. So explosion area I can't touch. This is already set at its lowest. Add an explosion, maybe? I can bring it down to small. Well, how much would that really make a difference? Hang on, let me see. What about the next gadget? Because right now it's at 30. I can reduce it. I have an idea. Let's do next gadget down. It's 10% lower. And then I can do... Where was the other one? Also damage up, was it? Is the damage to the explosion that happens when landing. I think this is the one. Because like area up, you want to leave high. If possible. But that's already set low. I have these flip-flop done. This is, to be fair, something I can take off. I might actually do that. There's nothing else I can really do. I really want to keep that 100. That's such a big difference. Ink supply, maybe I can lower this a bit. Oh, that's like no points though. That's already kind of the lowest I have. Because I'm out. How much? That's 4? See, this is the hard part. Again, just give me like 10 more points and I wouldn't struggle here. What if I just take off the multiple explosion for now and just see how that works? Because the fact that I can instantly freeze things is huge. I think that's probably good enough. I'll have to just deal with it. That's not what I want, but that build works much better than anything else. Here's where I hear things really hit the fan. Floor 97 to 99 I hear are really hard by comparison, which is saying a lot because this is already hard enough. Yeah, I can see that, Matt. This is very reminiscent of the Great Cave in a lot of areas from Kirby. See, having a guaranteed freeze is massive because I can do all this damage immediately. That's why that was such a huge deal to get. And if I can do it also with the jump would also be a good idea. I just don't know if that's something I can really afford point-wise, but we'll have to just see. I do want to collect all the treasures because you do get 100% on the shard collection, which is a huge buff, and that's obviously something we really need. Kind of a little close on time, don't you think? That's why I said this is the part I hear really ramps up just because of how strong these enemies are. So it takes a lot longer to kill them. Doesn't help when I see this. Like 2 fly fish right next to each other. That is not an image I like to see. I was barely outside of the radius. I thought I was able to clear that. Okay, that one wasn't nearly as bad on time, but I lost a life. So can I not have that all for the last one? No time issue, no health issue, just go through the whole thing. No problems. I say that, and there's a forearms in the middle. I think that answers your question. Yep, instantly lost like so much health. Oh, that did not take long. I missed too. There you go. Oh, there's a second forearms. Oh, dear God. I knew that was gonna happen. But I have to focus on killing this forearms. That was why. Look how many eggs he drops. That's the bigger deal. Okay. That wasn't as clean as I was hoping it could have been. But we actually got out of there first try. That's the specific set of floors I've heard the worst about so far. Mine is when you're going into the real bottomless buffet part, you know, past floor 100. This is the one I actually heard people struggle with the most. So I'm hoping that means from here, I can actually get through some of this a little more comfortably. That's not guaranteed, but who knows? Because look at that. The endless, like, opening of clouds has finally stopped because there's a real challenge opening up now, a portal. That's our end game. Did you see the boss radar? I never seen a ping that heavy duty before. Could we finally be getting to the bottom of things? It's called bottomless buffet. Why does nobody get bottomless? That means forever. I dug up enough loot by now to trust my gut. And my gut tells me this is loot. Oh no, I hope wealth doesn't change me. Nah, we'll be fine. Most of it's going to Splatsville's dead anyway, though there might be some left for us. Should we splash out for a private beach where we relax in the sun? I wonder why he's saying that. No specific reason here. None. No, not a specific reason here at all. No. There's just no bias. No. Splatfest this weekend. Like he read the future. How would that be different from here? Why limit ourselves? We're gonna have bucket list money. All the rice and sweets we could want. Wealth is definitely not changing, Fry. I don't care what we spend it on. Just give me some time alone when it first, so I can count every last bit. No, don't give her time, the treasure alone. She'll take it all. Seriously? You're gonna go through hundreds of millions, one tentacle at a time? What will you do with your share, mechanic? Don't need to answer now. There's plenty of time before we leave to think it over. Oh yeah, there was something else I always wanted to do if I got rich. Well, time's a-wasting. Let's go for the gold. I'm not ready yet. I have more gadget tinking to do. Because there's gonna be a lot of death in my future if I don't do this. Develop. Let's see if we can start putting in more for the freezing. I don't know if I can go to freeze 100 though. Oh, I'm only off by it's a little under 1,000. It's so close. Can I scrap enough for that? I don't think I can. Yeah, I have 6 weapons. That's gonna make me chump change. Yeah, no. I'm not even close. That's so annoying because you can't scrap anything else. And I really would like to have freeze 100 before I challenge on whatever this is. That's not a great idea. I need a little bit more power. So, what do you say we do a super spicy raid real quick at level 80? Why not? I'm gonna just use this as a quick detour because I need the crystal, and this gives me a lot of weapons too. So we're taking a quick detour here so I can get what I need. I want to go into this final challenge as prepared as possible, and this is the best thing to do. We're gonna treat all this stuff like it's Bottomless Buffet so that we can still have our practice, because as of right now, these levels, ironically, are easier than Bottomless Buffet. Bottomless Buffet is the hard thing compared to this. I love how I'm saying that, and you're seeing all this chaos on screen. Kind of screams the exact opposite. But I'm not kidding. This is actually easier now than Bottomless Buffet. Because Bottomless Buffet, the levels are close to 100. Goldie! Yeah, see, that's why I want to do this. Where'd it go? There's Goldie. It's stuck! Let's go! Him with the fermentation. It is so stuck. I don't know what the heck's going on with you, but I'll take it. Yeah, there you go. That's so good. Engine roller. That's not a primo, though. I would like a primo. Yeah, no reason to be there, because nothing there. I'll go this way. I'm so glad I put in even like an hour's worth of work on this build last night, because I was not expecting things to get that much easier just with this specific gadget set. Again, I can see now why this is really helping for the Bottomless Buffet grind. For a lot of people trying to go for these big numbers. I'm curious to see what the record is now. Because again, last I heard it was like, maybe was it 927 floors? Which is insane. I also heard if you want to grind weapons, these specific crystal missions are the best ones to go with. And in particular, you can grind these missions just indefinitely. Don't even go for all the crystal. Like, just... Well, no, you should. How to word this? You want to go out of your way to do all these horde battles for the crystal pieces, but in particular, you're not going for the big crystal at the end. That's specifically what you ignore. That crystal at the end, you want to ignore for as long as possible, because you're just trying to grind out the weapons. So crystal hordes like this are fine. Big one, you ignore. That's how you get a bunch of gadget and weapons to drop. I hear this is supposed to be one of the better kind of missions to do. I don't know which ones specifically are the best. That's what I've been hearing. Oh, I didn't realize there was a weapon over here. Even though those aren't great weapon drops, still getting all the weapon drops is going to still be crucial because I can just sell them all. If there's a specific weapon I don't care for, it doesn't really matter. I'm still going to want to collect it just to sell it later. Nice, we got a level just from doing this grinding fest. Ooh, oh! It's a 4-star primo, that's bad! That's when you get lucky, but then you realize you won the lottery, but the lottery was $5. Like, that's not the right one. I want the 1 million jackpot, not the $1 jackpot. Because I can't do anything with a 5-star. 4-star, excuse me. I can do a lot with a 5, that's why I want a 5. Let's say what's left. There's the flipper flopper. Shoot that dolphin. Oh, I missed the thing over here. What is that? Weapon or a gadget? Weapon. 3-star. Gee, I wonder where we should go next. Maybe it should be, I don't know, the thing with the giant tower across the distance. Yeah, I think that's a safe bet. You always come out after I do my attack. I guess that counts for this area, even though it's not really near the action. Alright. Hit it. How'd that miss? I'm gonna go for this one, and then probably be good for this mission. Jeez, dude, that is insanely fast. Now I can just wreck these enemies. Again, that's why it's so important to level up your gear in this very specific way. And your weapons, too. This is how you're gonna exceed on the spicy raids, and the super spicy ones especially. This should be enough in terms of just the shards alone for me now to get what I want. We'll see. I don't want to be on this forever, so I'm gonna get out of here. Plus, I got other missions like this I can grind anyways. So let's see what we got. I'm still so mad that this thing is the primo, not the 5-star, the 4-star one got primo. And of course, another one. I didn't even know I got a primo Toy Shark as well. Again, it's 4. It needs to be a 5-star. Come on. It's like it's so close and yet it's so far. So I'm just gonna sell them because I need 5s. 5s are way more important. 4-stars just don't do anything to higher levels. Alright, that's perfect. More than enough now. I actually got like 30,000? What's that? That's insane. I want to see something with this. Let me put more into cooldown. Because I'm wondering, can I get a more efficient cooldown with like less to spend on? Just keep on going for a bit. That's probably as good as I'm gonna get right now. Can I do anything with the torque screw? Yeah, I can do another cooldown reduced, which is a little bit better. I don't know if I can afford this. The cash, that'd be great if I could, but no. I think that's it. Yeah, okay, let's see what we can do now to put this stuff on each one of our weapons. So we already know we're taking this freeze and leveling that up straight to max. We are 1 point over. Are you serious? 1 point. Come on. What am I gonna do at 1 point? Oh, that's kind of dumb. If anything, I can nerf the ink recovery, I guess. Yeah, I'll just do that. Everything else is not as useful. Let's just nerf this. 'Cause otherwise, I'm doing this. Yeah, airborne damage up needs to be higher. So I'd rather just nerf ink recovery. Then for this one, I wanted to see if I can maximize a little bit more. That's 42. This thing takes forever to cool down. That's why I want to bump it up a bit, if possible. But then I run into this problem. Oh, that's so much anchor on. Oh, that would be nice. I need to do it. I'm gonna nerf it. And then for my torque screw, this is another one. I'm not 100% sure if I can really maximize too much. Because right now, that's enough. Oh, why is it always by 1 point, dude? I don't know if it's worth it. That's for 5%. This is more worth it if I can figure out a 2-point difference here, but that's not easy. I would love to have the vortex last longer, if possible. But everything else I have takes up so much. I guess I can nerf the cooldown. Goes from 15 to 13. Yeah, that's perfect. I will work with that. That is fine, actually. So this is what we got. I throw this down. I can charge up, fly in the air with this, and shoot, jump. The longer I'm in the air using these gadgets, I get the cooldown. And this lasts a very long time. I don't have to throw out as many vortexes, because this lasts much longer. And keep in mind, every time I do a jump now, it should be freezing. That doesn't actually look like it's doing that every time. Wait a minute. Yeah, freeze at 100. Chances for that to include frozen stats. Why is it not always hitting this for 100? I think it's just a weird fluke with the training room. Maybe because of how fast I'm hitting the target. I think that's what's happening. Nothing else. Alright. It's time. The real challenge. Sub-level 100. Gold Club. This is gonna be the testament to see if our build is strong enough. 400 is technically the ending. But it doesn't mean necessarily that you're done with the game. It's just this is the last big thing you're supposed to do. So we got a treasure in the middle of some kind. Looks like it's been here for quite a while. Oh, that's not a treasure. That's a giant salmon. Almost looks like a Moz. The Lord Saltimatum. Oh, that's a new boss. Ooh, boy. Well, there's no time limit, thankfully, so that helps. Oh, it's got to kill the whale of its own. Oh, God. I did not know he was going to move with that, because no other enemy has done that yet. So we already lost a life. That's a great start. We're not even doing that much damage to him overall. Oh, he's doing that thing again. Get down. This is the safe zone, actually, just being under him. When he's doing that laser attack, that's actually not terrible. Oh, no. This thing hurts, as you would imagine. I'm just doing like jump change damage to the guy. The point on his head definitely looks like his weak spot, which is not surprising. Unfortunately, I cannot freeze this boss, which that's where I do most of my damage. And I can't hit him with that status ailment. We're just gonna be doing chip damage here. That's all we can do. This is our specialty right here, this specific part. Music is so ominous. And with the drill attack. And we have our special ready too. I really don't feel like I'm doing that much damage. Like, realistically speaking, I felt like I just scratched him. We are going to be here for a while, just by doing this chip damage. I just noticed the thing on his head is technically supposed to be a salt and pepper shaker, which of course it is. Everything in this world is related to food. It's hard to tell when it was first shown in the cutscene. Oh, it's a new attack. Wow, get down. Every time I recover, he just puts me right back in that danger state. At least my build is still keeping the salmon away, so they're really not as much of a threat as the boss itself. Oh, that's so annoying. If you're not under him, that laser will catch you. It is not possible to outrun it. I can do this on one more life. I just gotta play this really, really safe. Oh no, oh no. That was a really bad spot to be caught in. Alright, it's getting its armor back on, so it's time for the egg farm. I don't know what that creature's doing, because it's just screaming a lot. And I haven't actually seen if it's doing any actual, like, threatening stuff because of that. Oh, crap. Oh, that was sketchy. Now it's just going to be about just doing the damage to finish this off. Oh no. What does that mean? What? Holy crap, it's a good thing I can do a bunch of jumps in the air. I wasn't expecting a screen nuke. Oh, this guy doesn't play. When they say run, I can see why. It even silences everything else around you. Like, I don't have to do that, I think. I just do a mech jump and I should be fine, but what I'm doing is just safer. Legitimately, somehow, it's safer. And I can't believe I got a level during this, because of course. Ooh, I had to jump towards the tornadoes of death. That's the only way to survive. If I went out, I would have actually got hit by a tornado. Move in. Not again. This is why I have the speed really helping out here. That speed I have right now, the speed gear. Get in there, get in there. I can't believe every time. That is my saving grace, is going towards the death, not away from it. Doing it again. Where'd it go? I'm dead. Oh, I got out of there in time. I can't believe it. Let's go. Thank you, jump bomb. I didn't think I was having enough time to get out of there. I was actually worried I was going to get completely destroyed by that killer whale. I can fly high enough above his death, I'm safe, which is not what I always want to do. But it is just sometimes what you have to do. Holy crap, how am I still in this? Seriously. He's almost down. It's so close. Get away. I can't believe we got that first try! Let's go! I had so many close calls, I lost count. I legitimately thought within the first minute of dying, we were not gonna do this first try. And we did it. Holy crap. Oh man, that better give us something good. It gives us a interesting victory sound for the end. Nice music. And with that, the final actual treasure has been collected. So I guess it took us a whole day to calm down after that fight. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like I need a day after that. Hey, mechanic! We're all done loading the treasure. Setting sail for Splatsville. And that's it. We got everything we came here for, so it's time to finally go home, huh? And that gives us credits. I did notice a lack of credits after the real final boss. Quote unquote real. Because this is the real one, technically. It gives you a treasure reel at the end like it's a Pikmin game. The music even sounds like it's from Pikmin. This is an incomplete treasure list because I didn't find them all. And they're in the bottomless buffet. I see what you did there, devs. That's a nice slap in the face at the very end. You're missing some treasure. Where? Probably in the place we didn't open fully up yet. Oops. Oh, man. That was an interesting final boss. Legitimately. Shout outs to the Splatoon community, in particular, for starting to optimize the bottomless buffet grinding and sharing their findings so far online. That has helped so much. The build in particular I came in with tonight with the speed gear and having a primo weapon already built out with some special perks, all of that really helped us get through all this comfortably. Because I was struggling going into bottomless buffet around levels 20 to 30. By that point, I was really starting to see the difficulty. But using the build I have now made it way easier, and a lot of this was recommendations from the Splatoon community right now, trying to grind to those further layers in the bottomless buffet. So that helped quite a lot. If you're struggling, speed gear and having a tactic perk on it in particular, that makes a big difference. The jump bomb, the hang on, what's the full thing exactly again? I have it up here. I just need to look at the image. It was the torque screw, jump bomb, and blast boot. In particular, those three gadget pieces are some of the most powerful in this game, especially for collecting power eggs, because you want to have the power egg collection perk in particular on the corkscrew, the torque screw, excuse me. That makes a big difference for collecting stuff. And then having mega power egg explosion as a speed perk, combine that with just collecting the eggs from the torque screw, and that does a lot of damage. Plus, make sure you're getting primo 5-star weapons in particular. Those do the most damage. Having the freeze ability is really helpful too, but that one might depend on your build if that's something you need or not. I recommend it because that did a lot of damage. And don't use that with a shooter, because apparently from what I hear, the freeze ability combined with a shooter weapon doesn't do as much damage as slower paced weapons like sloshers or chargers, blasters. Those do more damage with freeze. So it makes more sense to use one of those weapons instead. But yeah, this should be almost the end of the treasure reel, if I had to imagine, because the last thing should be what we just got. The legendary loot, which is worth 40 million. No, that's 40 billion. Holy. Am I reading that right? I don't know if I'm reading it right. I'm exhausted, as you can tell. My total findings is... That's in the billions. 84 billion, 295 million, and the rest. Oh, wow, that's a lot of money. Thank you for playing. I'm not done yet. I already know there's more bottomless buffet. It's called bottomless for a reason. So we're not done. But the main story is now fully completed. And hey, we got a level. Neat. So here it is, the legendary loot. Yeah, that is worth 40 billion. That is insane. And we get endless search as an ability as well from this. And that should probably upgrade us, right? Title's already going up to the Splatsville Savior. Let's go. Wait a minute, it says until next title, and it's 0 treasure. We're just getting another one? Oh, we actually had the money needed, so we're the Glazionaire. Nice name for it. Until next one is the 15 billion, so this has to be the rest of the treasure we're missing. We need to get the rest of that, and it gives us the final title, which gives us the shard yield of plus 100%. All right, so let's see what this... It even has, like, different animation. Like, everything else is just boring, and then this one gets sparkles around it, of course. A sparkling treasure with a lingering scent of salt. Kept deep within the Spirelight Islands, its divine beauty captivates the viewer. It is just a salt shaker at the end of the day, though, so nothing you probably haven't actually seen in real life. And the ability, Endless Search. Undiscovered gadget parts are easier to find. Ooh, so this makes it easier now to grind for stuff. Can be equipped additionally separate from other relic powers. You don't have to worry about having a full 5 slots used. This gives you an unofficial 6 slot just for this ability. That's cool. It's been forever since we cut loose in Splatsville. Might have gone a little overboard, actually. I'm glad everyone seemed to be doing great. Double glad that they were happy to see us. And yet, here we are again. It's true that we're swimming in loot now. So, no, there's no real need to be in Spotlight Islands. But life's not all about what you need. We can still come here for fun every so often. So sorry to drag you along for the ride, mechanic. It just wouldn't be the same without you. Yeah, you're our bestie. You got permanent invitation whenever we come out here. Maybe I don't want to, but I am their designated driver, so that's kind of the problem. We can do whatever we're in the mood for. Hang out on the hideout ship, or hit up any island we feel like. The Spotlight Islands are our oyster. And that's it. For now. Ooh, spicy. From the hideout ship, that's a wrap. Catch you later. I got like no shards out of that mission. Wow, how did I get like nothing? I got all these cool treasures and then like no shards. That is impressive. All right, let's see about, well, for one, Golden Forever outfit is acquired. So now we can wear this very, very tacky outfit. I do not like these gold ones at all. I think they're just a little much, personally. So the only outfits I'm missing are collecting all relics, which is literally just getting all the remaining treasure in the game. Earning A rank or higher on all O.R.C.A games, which that sounds like a nightmare. Clear all dungeons on Super Spicy, which that's just more of a time thing. I just haven't put the time into it. Upgrade 10 gadget parts. I haven't even really done much of upgrading, so that'll come in due time. And then just create or join a multiplayer room and clear a dungeon, which is easy enough. I just haven't played multiplayer yet, outside of the get help stuff. So, minus this one suit, because that's a freebie, I need 4 more suits that are actually going to be challenges, especially given this one. I hear the O.R.C.A games are a pain to get anything higher than like a B. I don't know why you wouldn't just have this equipped at all times, because that is so useful. But yeah, see that? We can't equip any of the other relic powers over that 6 slot. This is literally just for the loot. So now I should have an easier time finding gadget parts, and I can use that for all my tanks. And it's just auto-equipped to all of them right now, because I equipped it to 1. That's cool. If we go into the map itself, this is where the real bottomless buffet grind starts, because now it opens up a new portal, and as you can see, it just goes. 101 to blank. Showing right there, it is now truly bottomless. So at this point, it's just how far can you go high score sake. We also did get our final scroll because of the treasure, and that did give me 3 crystals, so that's something. So our final scroll little story piece, the Salty Islands. Long, long ago, following rumors about the presence of delicious salt, a school of Salmonites journeyed to a spiral-shaped cluster of islands. It's said that they became obsessed with the salt and forgot where they came from. The salt was so good that they just apparently got mind controlled by it, essentially. Which, that's weird. But yeah, we can sell. We have like a very significant thing here on this menu now, because if we get all of any of the given categories complete, it has a check mark now next to it. So we have Primary Schools all done, and we got Gadget Guide all done. Although from what I hear, that's only like a half true, because the parts also count as a second check mark from what I hear, and that's kind of a pain to grind for. So that's not going to be easy. Weapon Guide. I don't know what exactly this is going to take to finish, because I got all the weapons, so I guess I'm missing some variations at that point. Salmonites, we're still missing some, obviously. We're at 64% complete there. And relic-wise, we are missing a couple of these upgrade parts, really, which is actually interesting to see that We have a lot of these only at 1, which is kind of annoying. But let's see what the real bottomless is. This is where the real challenge of the game actually opens up now. So this is where all gloves come off. You are meant to play this as an endless gauntlet. If you want to continue from here, there is no reward except for what you get for clearing each one of these floors. That's it. So at this stage, the bottomless buffet is truly bottomless. There is no end goal now. But I think in terms of the stream series, I'm done at this point. I don't have to do any more for story stuff. I am going to collect the rest of the things, but I don't really think we need to stream this anymore on like a dedicated streaming schedule. Now I'll just probably end up playing the game when I feel like it, off cast. And from there, probably also... You got my hopes up for nothing! It's a 4! God! I seen Primo Shark Blaster and I immediately got very happy. And then I saw it's a 4-star and I got very sad. Just instantly mood whiplashed on that one. Oh, that is so dumb. Anyways, how I was going with this sentence after that little disappointment. At this point, the first playthrough is over. We have seen all the story stuff, and we've also gotten through all of the real challenges of the game, all the real story significant levels. We've seen all the actual new content. That's why I'm going to play some more Bottomless Buffet to really just close it out tonight, really. Because now, at this point, the only thing would just be playing multiplayer, which I'll probably just be doing that in my own time. This was a lot of fun, though. I legitimately have not had this much fun with a Splatoon single player since O.R.C.A expansion. Like, this is a fantastic game. And it's, so far for me, probably my game of the year. Just hands down. Now, I know that's kind of a easy thing for me to say as a very big Splatoon fan, but even if I wasn't a Splatoon fan, this is very high up there, because it's just a solid game with a very addicting gameplay loop. I can see why so many people started with this game as their first game for Splatoon as a whole. It's actually a really good starting point. I would still recommend Splatoon 3 over Raiders for a starting game, just because it has more variety. This is really just the salmon run mode. So if you wanted to play a mainline game, there are certain things you're still missing here that you can't get compared to 3. But it's a fantastic jumping on point, easily. If you've never played the games before, you're not sure if the standard old like PvP style multiplayer is your thing, this is definitely a great starting point in the franchise. You just have to keep in mind it's very different compared to the other games in the franchise. But that's not a bad thing, because I think this is going to have its own merit for a lot of people. Some people, I legitimately only hear play Salmon Run in like Splatoon 2 and 3. So this kind of game is probably perfect for that crowd. Because this is just what this is. It's glorified Salmon Run, but with more objectives. So I can see once again how this is a perfect starting point for a lot of people. Highly recommended. I legitimately just had so much fun playing this. That's why when the game first got put in the rotation here for my streaming schedule, I played it for 4 days in 1 week. Legitimately went overtime in a week where I already had an extra day in the schedule just to play more Splatoon Raiders. And I went overtime on that made-up schedule of mine, just because I just enjoyed this game that much. It's a fantastic time, start to finish. It gets pretty difficult once you're past the story pieces. Like when you're into the post-game stuff, be prepared to be dying quite a lot and having to go back and grind out some of these other levels to get more weapons and more gadget pieces, because it's going to be a hard time. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This game gets pretty difficult. But thankfully, you do have difficulty adjustments. So as long as you're not playing on the super spicy raids, or going into this Bottomless Buffet section, you can play on the easy and normal modes. You're not limited to the hard mode of the game, because right now I'm technically playing on hard mode. It automatically will put you up here. You have to keep that in mind, because I do hear some people do say the post-game gets a little much, and then they don't realize half of the post-game is technically in the game's hard mode. And they're just playing on like easy or normal, so I'm not used to it. But yeah, this is a fantastic game. I can't wait to play this with friends, because I haven't actually played this yet multiplayer at all, outside of the Get Help stuff. And I really am looking forward to now just like jumping in with this kind of build with friends, just to see how much we can do. And that's another thing I really like about the game. It's very well scaled for multiplayer, because you don't have to have everyone be the same level, because it has dynamic difficulty. And dynamic difficulty for a game like this is so nice. But yeah, in terms of just like the main first playthrough thing, just like going through the story stuff and seeing the post game and all that, hopefully you guys enjoyed at least the stream series, because it's been a lot of fun. I legit don't know what to put in the slot now after this, because I thought I was going to go for at least another week, because I was legitimately fearing Bottomless Buffet was going to be a real problem, and I thought I was going to have to grind more, but just setting up my abilities in a very specific way really did help in between sessions. I'm gonna be honest too, I did get lucky getting this Primo Blaster, because not only is it a Primo weapon, so it's very powerful, but it also is a weapon that had some of the perks on there that's recommended to do more damage, between some of the fermentation perks, and then I believe it has some freezing stuff too. That's what makes this a lot better to use compared to a lot of other weapons, and it's a weapon that does a lot of damage. Because blasters are on par with the weapons people are recommending, like with the Explosher and E-Leaders. This is very similar. It's nice and slow without being too slow, and it's a playstyle I really like. So this is probably going to be like the weapon I main for this game going forward. This specific blaster has been really, really good. If anything, I actually do wonder how far I can get in the Bottomless Buffet myself. Maybe once in a while we can like go live and I'll play through a Bottomless Buffet run or something, just to kind of see how far we can go. No promises of any time of that soon, because I want to do more of this on my own. One thing I have learned over the years is I do want to do more gaming on my own time compared to streaming, and I've been doing a lot more of that over the past like 2 or so years. And I've been trying to not like push it. In a game like this, it's something I really wanted to play, so that's why I pushed myself doing 4 streams in 1 week. But again, I was having a lot of fun. It's a great game for just marathoning, at least for me, as a giant Splatoon fan. Might not be the same for everyone, because I haven't really gotten too tired of this. I'm getting a little fatigued of the gameplay loop now, but that's because I've been playing it pretty non-stop since its release. There we go. I forgot that this was the last floor for a second, because I should have probably used Fry there. That's fine. Didn't need her. So what we got for being the big bad at the very end is our final treasure of the game. And we're technically done. At this point now, the Bottomless Buffet is bottomless. So now you're just playing to get the remaining treasures you're missing, because every floor has a chance of dropping one now. And that's pretty much it. In terms of story, we're done. What is this? Ancient salmon slab. A slab depicting a salmonite with a fork. What flavor could have been seeking that inspired its very long voyage, you may ask? Salt. We've learned salt. These salmon really like salt and salt only. Alright, let's see if we can scrap some weapons here, because I got a couple things I don't want. The thing that really gave me an excite until I realized it's a 4-star is going into the trash compactor. It's more useful as gems and perks. I don't... Oh, to do 1 level, I just need 15,000 shards, and I have 13. That makes sense. Oh, sweet mother of Lord. That's a lot of explosions. I think I'm gonna fly down over to here now. That's a 4-star. It's a gadget, though. That's not a big deal. Alright, there we go. We're out. Dude, we are doing so much damage at this point. Like, that's insane. I can see why, in particular, though, like, just the end of this playthrough. Fermentation and freeze, in particular, are the go-to stats, but I do wish that the fire damage was a little bit better, though. That is, like, the one thing that I guess wasn't properly balanced by comparison. Maybe it's something they can fix in the patch, because the Splatoon devs are very good about fixing a lot of things via patches down the road. I mean, I think literally just an hour ago, they just updated Splatoon 3 in particular. And in fact, Splatoon 3 just got a weapon from this game. It got one of the guns featured in this specific title. And another splatter shot has dropped in Splatoon 3. It's our 7th one this month. That's the only unfortunate part. They use a splatter shot, yet again, as one of the promotion guns for Splatoon Raiders as a crossover. And that kind of sucks that it's that again, and it's the T-Tech. So it's the one with, like, what is it, Splat Bomb and Triple Ink Strike, which we already have like 2, if not 3 of those already in the game. So it's like we don't need another. But yeah, here we are. It's neat that we got a Splatoon Raiders themed gun in 3, but man, why did that have to be another splatter shot? Especially when it's another like T-Tech. I think the Junior would have made more sense, personally. Just giving us the Splash Shot Junior design from this game, I think, could have been better, because it's different. We haven't had special Juniors. And then it wouldn't be, like, the same old gun that we've had, like 7 different variations now. Also, I don't really know too much about this latest patch, but I heard from, like, some of the players, it's not the best. It just seems to be kind of there. Not really fixing the balancing the game already has at this point, and introducing new problems, which is unfortunate. But we'll have to see for myself. That's only what I'm hearing from some players, and some players do kind of exaggerate these patches a little bit. I think 3 is in a pretty healthy state now, so it doesn't matter to me too much how much they're balancing the game, because I think Splatoon 3 is, for the most part, fully balanced at this point, as best as it can be without a brand new entry. So, the things they're changing aren't as impactful, yeah, but I'm fine with it. Just because I think they did most of the grunt work in those 2 years of proper updates. But yeah, before we end tonight, I will show the new gun in 3. Just because it is a crossover to this game. In particular, the one they added was a plastic bottle splatter shot. They gave you one of these as a promotion. If you have Splatoon Raiders save data, in particular, on your Switch, you need to have the data on your Switch too, and then I guess play the game on the Switch too by extension, because I don't think that'll work if I put my game in the Switch 1. Something tells me I won't get my weapon if I'm on Switch 1. Now, there's something else I have to swap out in this kit. I might actually swap out the double jump, because I'm not really using it much when I have jump on. Now thinking about it. It's just kind of funny, though, the strategy of this game in the higher levels just amounts to how much can you fly, because most of the time you need to be in the air. This is also why distance-based weapons work much better, like the blasters, sloshers, chargers. It's interesting, though, that the bottomless buffet is structured in a way where you're doing only 3 floors at a time, and then it kicks you back to the ship every time. That is kind of a weird structure, I will admit. Because I'm used to, like, endless gauntlets literally being endless, where there's no breaks in between. That's what I'm used to. And this isn't really that. It is and isn't at the same time. It's really weird. Nice, got a level right before ending it. That's cool. Dude, stop with the force. Just give me a Primo 5. That's all I asked for. And he was even an E-liter too. That's like slapping me in the face so many different times. I'm starting to bleed. I'm getting that insulted, man. What's going on with all these 4 stars? Okay, the napping owl just got a weapon. Sure. So the clay salmonite resembles an adorably rotund clay figure. Putting aside his status as a priceless work of art, it could be used as a fork in a pinch. Yeah, that's a giant fork. Yeah, let me just like, here, no, don't worry about it. It's my fork. This is how I eat all my dinner. This is a really big utensil. Who's gonna do that? Come on, man. I guess if you're in a pinch, as it says, but still. So now damage taken while on swim form is reduced by 45%, which is pretty big. Fucking me the force. I did see something, though. It's down here. Did I see it? Yeah, it was a victory cooldown. That was a 5. But I can't equip that. So that's not going to help at all. Yeah, at one point this was just overwhelming, by the way. Now it's just tame. Like, this is just part of the course. Doesn't mean it's not easy or hard, I guess in this context. I will say though, Raiders is the only like looter shooter that I've really played that does have a lot more ends than anything else, because looter shooters are really meant to just kind of be like this endless grind. You have so many different side quests that, yeah, there is a proper end to the game, but it takes many, many hours to get to it. This, on the other hand, doesn't really feel like it has that same problem, which is good. As the older I get, the less I need a game to last 500 hours. Because anymore, that's what it feels like most games are starting to do. They're passing the 100-hour mark now because of how big things are getting, and I'm just so tired of that, dude. Every game doesn't need to be an endless game. It really doesn't. And this technically has an endless mode, but now it's at the point where it just doesn't matter. Like, you can do this if you want. If you're really having fun, there's still more game. But if you don't want to, doesn't stop you from moving on. I didn't know you were here. Yeah, like a game like this, I know I can sit down with a group of people if we play it non-stop. You can beat this in like a week, if that. Just depending on how much you play it. But a game like Borderlands, that took me like months to play with a group, and we were meeting up like at least once a week to play the game. And that still took like a year. Because that's how bloated a game like that is by comparison. This doesn't feel bloated. It feels properly paced. There's not as much here, sure, in that regard, but I honestly don't feel like I'm missing much. The things I'm missing are padded. I don't need any more padding. Video games are too padded as it is when it comes to their overall length. I know I'm not the only one that's saying that nowadays, because every time I turn around, I'm seeing this indie game or like this like smaller studio game. Those are performing really well, but the AAA games are getting less and less viewage or people playing them just because people are just getting duped. It doesn't have every game nowadays has like questionable quality of that, with a very high price tag. The latest one for me on that one is I'm playing through Halo Campaign Evolved because I have Xbox Game Pass until the end of the month. And I want to beat it before my renewal date comes up, because I don't think I want to renew it right now. So I wanted to beat it, and the problem is, the game itself isn't really that great. I'd rather play Combat Evolved, not Campaign Evolved. If a remake makes me want to play the original version of the game, and not its quote-unquote superior version, then you're doing something wrong. Because for me, so far, Campaign Evolved kind of feels like a step backwards in almost every way. Story, presentation, even though it does look better, there are a lot of artistic changes that I don't agree with. Just they really love the color blue for some reason in Campaign Evolved. I don't know why. Another one is performance is pretty awful, even on console. It's all the cutscenes are stuttering for me like crazy. It's ridiculous. So like in a lot of ways, I feel like it's a step back, and that is compared to this game, right? Like they're both $50 games. I feel like this is much, much better. This is definitely worth your time and money by comparison. But I just want to go back to the comparison like an indie, for example, nowadays. Like of people just wanting something that has more quality, doesn't matter the length. You look at a game like Campaign Evolved that has not been selling that well right now. From what I've been hearing, it's been doing pretty poorly, even with Xbox Game Pass in mind. But then you look at Big Walk, a game that just came out, like, what, 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks? Something like that? And that's performed really well so far. I think it's just on PC, and that's sold a lot of units. From what I understand, that sold more than that studio's previous game, which was Untitled Goose Game, when that came out. And that's saying a lot. I know it's another co-op, like, friend kind of game. And some people are getting tired of that, which I get. But I'm more or less just comparing the idea of what people are looking at nowadays. $20 game compared to $50 game. Something that has more structure to it. And it doesn't feel like an unauthorized piece of garbage that you can't run on $2,000+ computers. Like, that's what people are looking for. They're looking for games that you can just sit down and play without having to worry about optimization issues everywhere, and also worry about if the game itself has the proper quality for the price tag. That's why I'm really getting more picky what I play nowadays for that same reason. I'm getting fatigued of certain types of genres and certain kinds of games in general. And I don't need games that last over 100 hours. I'm good with a game that lasts maybe 10. Legitimately, I'm fine with that, because I have other things I need to do. And that's another thing I want to even talk about, because now I'm just kind of in the... Because we're just doing the bottomless buffet, which is just the same thing over and over again until I feel bored. This is kind of a good moment to just, like, segue to another conversation, too. I'll wait, though, until after the Twitch ads are done, so we're in, like, a minute 30. I'll wrap up the gaming thing in general, saying that I don't know how long I played this game in particular, Splatoon Raiders, but I do feel like I definitely got my money's worth out of it, and then some. And it doesn't feel like I had to really go super grindy. Like, I have grinded some of this game to get the weapons I need, and also the powers for my tanks, but it hasn't been much. It's been maybe, like, at most a handful of hours, at the very most, just the grinding. Like, if I had to boil down, maybe 3.5 or 4. That's not much. And that was for me to do everything in the main campaign. Some of that was also because I got lucky, as I mentioned before. I got a Brimo blaster that has everything I need. So that helps. But even not accounting that part for luck, I still didn't really have to grind too much for what I needed here. So I feel like this game didn't ask too much for the player. It didn't ask me to grind hundreds of hours like a Borderlands game to a point where I just get fatigued by the end. So I feel like this does a much better job of pacing. And that's the kind of thing I'm looking for in games nowadays. I don't need unoptimized pieces of garbage. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat that one. Games that are just unoptimized, I'm not really going on my way to play. Especially given how nowadays technology is much harder to actually acquire. So I want to play things on the stuff I already own without having to fork out $3,000 just for 16 gigs of RAM. I hate the timeline we're in. So I guess now let me go to my other side tangent here, right? Because this is just grind mode. I got the feeling of I don't want to waste my time playing bloated and unoptimized games or games that lack souls. I want to talk about more or less the other thing. Because the time management, as I said, I don't want a game that wastes my time because I got other things I want to do. And that's been a thing that I'm needing to probably talk about. I was actually going to sit down and just record a proper update video for the YouTube channel to talk about this stuff, and then halfway through recording it, I scrapped it because I did not really feel like I needed to release this. For one, I didn't think it was really worth it because the stuff I was talking about wasn't things people haven't heard already if they've been around like the social media posts or even just the streams themselves. But then also, as soon as I said it out loud, that already helped a lot on my mental state of things, which is really what I was looking for. So the video itself didn't need to exist. It already did its job just in the pre-production phase. And that was just to give me the motivation to work on more. And that's literally what I'll be talking about now. Motivation. You got a Christmas commercial in August. Oh no. Is Matthias Carey already thawing out? It's too soon. Put her back in the ice. We haven't even gotten to Halloween yet. Put her back. Oh man, what an interesting ad you got for Twitch. Twitch ads are a thing, that's for sure. So let's talk about the motivation thing here. I posted a thing on social media about 2 hours before the stream went live, so it's a pretty recent thing. That's why I think I should probably just talk about it in the stream itself. So I was going to sit down and update people on the YouTube channel here in general about like a lack of videos, and I thought about it. I didn't need to make the video because realistically speaking, a quote-unquote lack of videos doesn't really matter in today's age as much. especially given how I've released stuff since the end of Pikmin 2, and I've been streaming consistently since as well, so it doesn't matter as much. The streams kind of make up for the things I don't produce video-wise, especially now that I made the decision of leaving streams public after they air. Unless there's any major issues with the streams after the fact, I'm, at this point, going to leave them public and just see how they perform. Because they've been helpful for the overall channel. But that's a whole other topic. Back to the motivation thing. These past few months in general just have been bad. And because of that, my motivation has been at an all-time low, and it has affected a lot of my work. Just 100%. And as of late, I've been trying to change a lot of that. Just trying to make some lifestyle changes, but more importantly, also just push myself more, get myself more of a drive to do the things I need to do. And just in general, try to move past all the negativity. Because honestly, half the time, my motivation gets thrown out just because there's so much negativity around. Like, every time I turn around, there's some new thing going on in the world, bad news-wise, and it just, like, drags me down. I'm trying my best to avoid that kind of stuff, or just to at least not have it affect my mental state. It's easier said than done some ways. Let's not kid ourselves. But the big thing I have to look at is that I haven't done as much in 26 as I wanted. I had a lot of plans, and so far I haven't really done a lot of the things I had planned. I've done some of them, but not all of them. And I'm wanting to change that for the end of the year. I want to at least try my best for the end of the year to change things for a way that makes things better no matter what's going on around me. And a big one has been the production of videos, because I have been legitimately doing a bad job about that. I'm going to be transparent. A lot of that is a my bad situation, where I just haven't had the motivation to work on stuff, and I've gotten in a bad habit of replacing social media, like doom scrolling on your phone, with just watching a bunch of TV, which is almost the same at that point. It's just as bad. Not as negative, but when you see a lot of negativity appear on a YouTube recommendation video, that might change. So that's kind of the problem. Oh, hey, we got this thing upgraded. Family size cutter. Oh, so it's a cutter. Okay, well that didn't even seem like that from minute 1. A supposed kitchen tool that can quarter any known ingredient. The height of salmonite integrity has settled many a sibling squabble. Oh, come on. This settling squabbles with what? Rolling them over? Alright, well now damage is up to 16% with close combat. Neat. It's still not a perk I'm going to use, but okay. Yeah, honestly, the big thing I'm trying to change myself is I'm just pushing myself more to do more things. Like, that's legitimately what you have to do, unfortunately. Even if you're not in the mood to do something, do it anyways. Why? Because that might change. The second you start doing something, that might change. If you're not feeling like playing a game right now, because you're just too down about something, play a game anyways. See if that changes your mind. Because it might. Or if there's a job you need to do and you weren't feeling like doing any work, just do a little bit of it and see if that changes, and it might motivate. Because that's how I am with stuff. If I'm doing something, then I don't feel like this. Then I actually get stuff done. Excuse me. And the big thing for me in particular is when it comes to video production, I have like an internal goal of mine where once I start working on something, if I can edit like a video a day, that's pretty big. And doing a video a day gets a lot of stuff done. So if I can do that, I get momentum. But I haven't really been able to really sink my teeth into stuff as much as I used to. And I know a lot of it's also like a time issue too. Half the time I'm dealing with some other stuff. Like literally this past weekend I had my AC die for the second time in 1 month. I'm really getting tired of this AC unit, man. It's a piece of crap. But it can't really help that, unfortunately. You just have to deal with the problem as it comes. That's just how life is. But doesn't mean I have to let life dictate how I'm going through it at that point. I make my own rules. At the end of the day, I am my own boss. So I gotta make the most of it. That's how I have to look at things. And it has helped the past few days alone just with that mentality. So I've been doing more. I've gotten some video work done. And my big one is I want to, by the end of this week, I've been literally promising for the entire Splatoon Raiders series. But now it's really got to get done because it's been almost a month since the game's come out. And I want to get that unboxing I have for the amiibo, the game itself, all that kind of stuff shown off. That way I can also get some of that drive space back too. That would also be pretty ideal. And I have other projects I want to get done too that are more like minor things, but would be big things for me, personally speaking. I have a lot of old raw footage I need to compress down so it fits on drives better, because I'm filling up hard drives way too much with raw footage, specifically of the Splatoon franchise with its own timed events. But then there's some other stuff on there too, like some ARM time event stuff from its old demo, Donkey Kong Bonanza stuff. And that kind of project takes time, and there's that kind of stuff I need to do too. And that's kind of like a thing just to push yourself to go do. Same for actually want to do some home renovation stuff. I want to just kind of move things around, probably in this room, change up my layout a bit, because I've had this layout since I moved in here in like 2019. And some things work, some things don't, so I'm playing around with ideas about how we can move this space around just to make it a little bit better. But that takes time, and that time is something I just need to make, especially now, given how I'm in like a slow season for work, so I can take advantage of that slow time and get stuff done here. Both video-wise and personal projects. There's a lot of personal projects I can work on. So that's where it's mind over matter. Really just kind of to sum a lot of these thoughts up. It's mind over matter for a lot of this. If you just focus on the things you need to do or want to do, it's gonna get you through a lot more hardship. That's how I look at it. Because, man, this has been a year of all time, that's for sure. Matters myself or others I know, it has not been good. And that has been dragging everyone's mood down. So that really helps a lot, just to mind over matter all of it. It's now approach? Okay. It said chopstick before, so what a transformation. A cast presumably molded on an experienced elder with a splendid beard. There's on a beard? Okay. Perhaps meant to show future generations the ideal of wisdom. This must be very uncomfortable to wear on your beard. No, thank you. And this levels up all sets, so now damage is increased to 15% when HP is full. Neat, but I'm not going to use it. Oh, that's neat. You got ready for the Dustblood's closed network tech. Yeah, I would look at their terms and conditions to see if you can actually record stuff for that or not. It wouldn't hurt to record footage, but don't post it. Not until you know 100% sure you're allowed to post it or not. Because legitimately, when the ukulele cart thing happened a few weeks ago, I got invited in, like a lot of people. It was a very easy invite, to be fair. But I did get invited in for that closed beta, and I wasn't sure if I was allowed to stream or make any videos of it. And I saw a lot of other people were. So that pretty much guaranteed I could do it too. I looked in the terms of service. Nothing said you couldn't. You have to look at that kind of stuff just to know. Because otherwise, you will get in some serious trouble, and I wouldn't risk your YouTube channel or your Twitch channels on that. But it wouldn't hurt to record the footage, because then you can show it off after the fact when those NDAs are lifted on the closed beta stuff and when the game's out. Because when the game's out, then it doesn't matter to show beta footage. Companies don't really care by then. But that's only if you have interest of getting the footage, because it sometimes depends. Some people do, some people don't. I like archiving a lot of stuff. That's just why I get a lot of footage, and it fills up my drives. I'm guessing that's just a thing they picked people for at random. I didn't, like, was there a sign-up page to get into the closed beta? Because a lot of the times I notice things give you a sign-up page for that, but I'm not 100% sure if that had one. I applied for the one for the Crazy Taxi demo in September. I'm not sure I'm going to get in, but I applied just because of her. Okay, there was a form and then there was a survey afterwards. Alright, so that makes sense. I mean, I don't really have an interest in the game, so I didn't even know that was a thing, and I didn't get in for obvious reasons then, but that's fine. I don't care. Yeah, because those things normally, though, I know have some kind of form you gotta fill out just to apply for a closed beta. But I do know at least some of the ones Nintendo's done these past few years, they just send out random invites to people who have NSO, so that's why I wasn't 100% sure there. Because Nintendo's done some weird things when it comes to betas. And that's technically under Nintendo's umbrella, even if it isn't their game. It's just because of the exclusive rights. How am I not freezing you? Well, it doesn't matter. He's dead now. Yeah, that probably helps for your sake, Matt, that you got into that little closed beta of Dustblood, since I know that's a game you were looking forward to yourself. Because you've played more of the Souls games than anyone else I know. Oh, okay, so not allowed to record it. Switch capture features are going to be turned off entirely. Yeah, so if anything, I say if you want footage of it, just record the game locally with like the capture cards, obviously. You could just have the footage in the back end for yourself in the future, but you're not allowed to post any of that. Not until after the game's probably out. Because during the closed beta loop, if you post that stuff, you'll get in trouble. That is why those terms and services are very important actually to read. I meant to use corkscrew. Isn't that supposed to come out this year? Now thinking about it. Or is Dustblood's 2027? I can't remember what they announced, because that did recently get brought back up because of this closed beta. I think it is this year. Yeah, because that's what I thought I heard too. Because I don't know what else is really coming out that's Switch 2 exclusive this year that's not, at this point, mainly Ocarina of Time. So that would help a lot. Fire Emblem's another one. That's another one I know it's coming out, like, within a month, actually. But Nintendo doesn't have as much coming out for the end of the year, so I figured Dustbloods would help kind of, like, cover some of those gaps. Oh, good! Forearms is here. Great! We're gonna recover first before we go fight. I'm missing my shots to freeze. There you go. Nice. I didn't think I was going to survive there for a second. I was going to lose a life. It's fine if I lose one. I just don't want to lose all. Yeah, legitimately, I don't really know what else is coming out after September. Well, no, October, technically. I don't know anything else that's coming out after that month because everyone's trying to get in before the GTA release. Legitimately, I'll be glad when video games can release again. Like, that's kind of the meme I've been hearing, but it's true. one game in particular has been just literally taking up the entire release schedule for the rest of the year, and a lot of people don't have an interest, especially given all the controversy. So it'd be nice to actually see other video games come out. I want to know, though, how much did Netflix pay for that, like, exclusive trailer that's going to be posted here, like, next week? Because it's only, like, 6 hours, I believe, before that trailer goes live on YouTube. How much was that worth to a company like Netflix? Because they had to spend so much. And they literally just closed, like, 2 studios last week just to do this, or the week before, something like that. We know 100% 2 studios died just to get a Grand Theft Auto trailer. Because the timing is literally terrible. There's no other explanation. And one of them made like the Oxenfree games, which are solid games. Which sucks that they just got shuttered during all this because they were collateral damage. Oh, I had like 2 remaining. Jeez, I thought I was actually gonna miss that because of that slap. More crystal. Kind of want those treasures. We're not ending the series having all the treasures, unfortunately, but that's unrelated to playing the game, so it wouldn't really matter. Yeah, the worst part about the Netflix thing in particular, I could watch that Grand Theft Auto trailer when it goes live, because I actually have Netflix, and I just don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. I hate how you have to pay for an advertisement. That is what that essentially boils down to. And it makes no sense to do. Legitimately, I've heard that kind of practice in particular called out in a way where it's just basically, and it's the perfect terminology for this. Rockstar is just treating everybody like cattle. Like, yeah, I think I can agree with that terminology for the stupid pay for a trailer thing. That is kind of what it is. They're just kind of treating everybody that gullible. It's just dumb to me. Like, I don't get, why would you buy a subscription just to watch a trailer for something that will literally be on YouTube in 6 hours from now, kind of thing? It just, I don't understand the market strategy. That's why I'm curious to see how much Netflix paid just for this one trailer to show up on their streaming service, which has nothing to do with them at all. They're not known for games, but they keep on trying for some reason. They have this partnership with Rockstar. We know that because you can get, I think it's the GTA trilogy, which would be 3, Vice City, and San Andreas. You can play those on your phone for, well, quote-unquote free, because it's included with the subscription. And then there's also Red Dead Redemption. You can also play on your phone, just included, which is like, okay, who's playing these full-fledged video games on their cell phones? It's a very interesting yet weird partnership to me they have with Rockstar, of all things. And Netflix, again, does not really care for games. They just shut down 2 studios to presumably pay for this one trailer. So, that should tell you right there, they just don't care. That's why I say I'd be glad when I can see other video games come out. Because I've been hearing nothing but talk about this one title for the past, what, at this point, like 8 years, something like that? It's been constant. It's been before this decade. Nice. Survived. I was getting a little worried there because I had the 1 life left. Just keep on going further and further. I need more of those treasures. I want to be able to get more shards. Oh yeah, that just destroyed my torque screw. I need another one. Where'd that go? That torque screw just left. Because I threw it somewhere, and it definitely didn't go where I threw it. Oh, I didn't realize one of these big guys are here. Freeze. Oh, what the? I didn't even see the fly fish. I wonder if I can get to at least 150. If I could do 100 levels of this for literally one night, I'd be actually kind of surprised. Because I think that would be the stopping point for the series. Getting the 150 would make a lot of sense. Because again, I'm just going until I'm feeling done kind of thing. Because now that's literally where I'm at. It's just an endless grind that's supposed to be a thing that you do until you're tired. I love how fast, though, my jump dash is there with those blast boots. Because I put on the fastest speed possible with those perks. I need to also upgrade this more still, because I haven't even put more crystal into it yet. Oh, good. We're just starting with forearms. Great. Raise them. There you go. Nice. See, we weren't able to do that on our first encounter with this guy, so the power trip that this game gives you is pretty impressive. This is what a Saiyan feels like in the Dragon Ball series, going from like Super Saiyan straight to like the God forms. That's a thing I actually can't wait, because I believe the first retelling of the Super stuff in Dragon Ball is supposed to be by the end of the year. Like, I don't know when, because they didn't announce it exactly. I think it's supposed to be fall. That's all they said. If it's anything like Dragon Ball Daima, the new Super stuff, like with the Battle of Gods retelling, I bet it's probably going to be around October at the earliest. Because that's when they started Daima. Because it was around the same time. Can't believe that show like 2 years ago at this point. It doesn't feel like 2024 was 2 years ago. It feels like it was just last year. So at the time, it's also been very warped these past few years for multitudes of reasons. Dude, stop with the 4-star primos. This is just getting stupid. The game really just wants me to have 4 stars only, which is bad because they can only level up 5 times. Surprised I didn't need to kill those faster, because normally stingers and flyfish are things you gotta kill like frame 1. I feel like I just did this like 5 minutes ago, like legitimately this exact setup. Nice, that torque screw putting in work. I could put more into my weapon now, which I think I should. How much? I can't even do another 5 levels. It's so close though. Just need another like 15,000 crystal, which I think I can probably get if I just scrap some of the weapons I'm not going to use, which you know which ones they are at this point. Just enough. I love this blaster. I'm going to keep on upgrading it. It's probably not the smartest idea, but it's the best weapon I have. And I like blasters in general. They're just fun to play. God, there's no ink armor equipment in this game, because, oh man, imagine if the salmons had invincibility. This gameplay loop is a lot of fun, even just now doing the same thing over and over. Like, I will say, Bottomless Buffet is a little repetitive, because I've seen a lot of these floor structures at this point multiple times, and unfortunately, that's where the real repetitive nature of this game could really start shining through. So, this is definitely not a thing I would do, like, hours upon hours on end, and this is the part where that's where they kind of expect you to do that. But again, this is kind of a you play at your own pace kind of mode now, so you don't have to do all this at once. Some people have gotten super into this mode. That's why we're seeing like these really high clears at this point. Just because, again, some people are really into Splatoon Raiders. How many times have we ended on this specific floor pattern? At least it's not the steelheads again. It's now the eels. There we go. Didn't lose a life. Just keep on going, because my goal to end tonight is at least floor 150. Oh, I didn't see the steel head of the eel. Dude, I keep on getting wrecked. How many times on this floor alone did I get in the danger status? Because I feel like at this point that might have been like my fourth. Man, I remember struggling getting that final compass, thinking that was too hard, and look where we're at now. A lot of power creep. It also helps for this specific build that I'm always in the air in particular because I avoid a lot of the danger on the ground. Because that is one of the worst spots to be in right now. I do wish the other specials were better. Though, like, I gotta be honest, using Fry is just the only option when it comes to the harder stuff in the endings. Shiver is the worst, which sucks because she has such a great ability. Being able to freeze a bunch of stuff is really helpful. But the problem is aiming with it. It's Reef Slider, so it has the same problems as Reef Slider, where you can easily miss. And the big man, he got stuck with the worst ability, Scorching. Because Scorching doesn't stack right. Like, look at the damage. It's only doing 5,000 per hit. My hits do a little bit more times. Like, in the middle of that, I saw like a 61,000. So Scorching is just not the way to go. It's the fermenting damage that's the best. And Fry has an AoE special that covers so much ground. So it's easy to hit with. It does a lot of stacking damage, and then I can combine it with the fermenting power. I have my gadgets and my relic powers, and everything just gets shredded. Legitimately, fermenting is the best ability, and Fry got lucky with that one. Splatoon Raiders is basically the Fry keeps winning game, because she has the best of everything. The best ability, she has the best special, in my opinion. And it also helps that she has like a really good AoE to it. Like I said, this is the game where Fry keeps on winning. She kind of needed those after like almost 4 years straight of losing in Splatoon 3. Of how many Splatfests she lost. Although she did win the Raiders one, which is kind of ironic when power is not the best gear probably in this game. It's probably speed. But Fry has the best special, and she won the Splatfest technically because she was the leader of power. It is a very weird, what does that actually mean kind of win. Primo? Man. If it was a Primo, I would have been really excited for it, but it's just a standard blaster. Nothing that crazy. This one's better. It's so weird just how that one title alone just gives it a lot more strength. That's why it's just kind of disappointing when it's not a Primo blaster. I couldn't get away. It didn't even say what killed me. That's the most insulting thing, because I got killed, I think, from the smog effect. Don't want to be caught over there. I'm gonna move over here. Thank you very much. There. Okay, another one's clear. So I think 2 more of these raids, and then we'll get to the level 150 mark that I want. Once I get to that part, then I'm going to be calling it quits. Because then from there, I'll just grind this out whenever I feel like playing Raiders. Because this is probably going to be my end goal now. Just try to get the rest of the treasures. I still need to do all the super spicy stuff, but let's be real, it doesn't matter. The super spicy missions give me extra material, which is helpful, sure, but not as needed as these treasures are, especially for grinding purposes. So now our meat got leveled up. So now is the encrusted pink gem, a rare double-layered gemstone. The contrast between the pale pink gem and silvery gray lining is pleasing to the eye. At least now it's got some skin. Gadget recovery submerge now has upgraded to 10% faster when submerged in ink. You were so close. You got burning and freezing? Okay, that's the most unironic combo, because that doesn't even do anything. Like, legitimately, this doesn't do anything. Like, look at the stack damage on that. My shots do more. Like, way more. And it doesn't stack that well. Like, it's doing decent damage, but you're better with, like, fermentation. And the fact that you have scorch and freeze is hilarious. I'm trying to see if I can even get it to do the freeze part. Yeah, see how much more damage you did with freeze than with the burn alone? It's insane of how much of a difference that one ability really is. Burning just doesn't do that much damage. It's like 10% of what the other two can do. I've gotten so many Primo 4 stars, this is getting insane now. Every Primo weapon's just been a 4, not a 5. That sucks. I didn't realize I'm almost out of time. Oh, that's kind of bad. I had like 14 eggs left or something like that by the time I got that guy killed. No, that's even worse. Wow, I only had 11. No, wait, 21. It's 21. No, it is 11. Dude, that's so insulting. Only off by 11 eggs. Oh, I got different floor patterns, so that helps. So this is all different every time you play. If you have a bad raid, then sometimes actually just resetting it is the ideal strat. Thankfully, it doesn't matter if you fail, because you still keep all the stuff you collected. So as long as you're collecting some of the treasures that are on the ground, then you can at least get something out of that failure. There you go. I was a little worried there I was going to run out of time for a second, because I was getting a little close. But we're fine. Wow, I leveled up the second I used the fry special. I actually wasn't even sure if that was a level for a second because of how convenient that was. Dude, can you stop? Can you stop with the 4-star primos? Stop that. I've won so many $1 lotteries today because that's seriously getting on my nerves. I need to have 5-star. 4s don't do it. It's so close, man. It's so far. And I get another thing upgraded. The Watchful Incense Burner. Okay, so this is an incense burner of some kind. Wonder what the final form would look like. Presumably an incense burner used in special ceremonies. The eye design at its top stares quietly at you. Stare in the soul. Don't mind me. Just piercing gaze. Upgrades damage up now to 30% for 9 seconds when 30% ink is used. Oh my god, I got two of these. I'm so mad. Can you stop? I need 5-star. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. How many times I gotta say it before I actually get one? Just hit him with a Stanley Parable 5, man, because that's literally what I need. 5. 5. 5. Someone's gonna hear it. Oh, come on. How did I not freeze that thing? Not once, not twice, but 3 different attempts. There you go. That worked. Okay, cool. I didn't even know there was a harder side on the map. I never went over there. I was just over in this corner. This is a giant map, and I was just on this one side. Man, it's like your average barnacle and dime game or something. I swear, that better not be another 4-star primo weapon. I am so tired, boss. I can't do another 4-star. Alright, here we go. We're past floor 150. So once we do this, the floor 151 is our milestone. Nice timing, because I was getting a little close to danger there. And that is my record for now. For 151 is the furthest I've gotten, which is insane. Because I actually did 100 floors of this tonight, and I wasn't even sure I was going to beat the floor 100 challenge, especially given how hard that boss was. Like, that legitimately was a hard challenge. And we've gotten so much further than I anticipated. Like, I got all this. That is insane. Now, before we leave, I want to see if I can find maybe a record of how far people have gotten so far. I don't know if I can. That's the thing. This is so new that I don't know there's like a proper leaderboard yet. Yeah, we got all the rewards for this, and the last thing that's really left is the treasure, which spawns at random. We got the secret ending. So, it doesn't look like there's anything else here, which I figured. I don't know if I can find a, like a floor record yet, because, again, it's so new. There's one specific user, I think, that had a recorded run of where they're at currently, but I don't know if it's accurate. I just want to see if I can give you an idea of how far this can go, because this is insane. So gotta give me a sec so I can see if I can find the material in question. Let me actually move this to a different monitor so it's a little bit easier for me to read. Someone made it to floor 1,000 so far. Holy crap. That is an insane record. I don't know what the proper record is so far, but it looks like someone's already passed the 1,000 mark, which is an insane milestone. Like, this is where people currently are with this bottomless buffet. I can't understand how people have gotten this far in so far. I don't know if this is actually where someone's gotten proper, or if this is maybe just like looking in the code to see it, because I'm seeing some people said they gotten as far as 989. So it has been a grind. People have gotten really far in. Some others I've seen that just passed over the 900 mark, which is insane as well. But yeah, this place is an endless gauntlet. You keep on playing until you feel done, and there's just so much here. You have endless possibilities of different salmon combination to be dealing with here. And it's good that they give you 3-4 breaks, so every third floor. You come back to the ship just to kind of have a breather. I appreciate that a lot. Give me a second as I get my controller. Yeah, it fell off my lap as I was trying to pull up the browser information. But, this is as far as I'll go for now, because I still have more I have to do for the other levels, so I'll probably end up just playing those on my own time. And this is literally all the menu is at this point. It's just going to be this, always blinking with an exclamation mark, so that's great. It's not going to bug me or anything. I still have the other super spicies to do. I'm probably just going to play those on my own time. Honestly, there's not as much of a need to play those now on a stream. I did all the island stuff on my own, so I'll continue doing more of the crystal stuff, the gem stuff, the treasures, and that's pretty much it. So, oh yeah, also the bosses. I almost forgot the bosses. But this is essentially where our Splatoon Raider journey comes to a close, because after all that is said and done that we just did, the last stuff that's left is just playing the game and infinitely grinding. I know I could technically take it one step further and just like play it online. Maybe I'll come back and stream this online with people if I feel like doing it, but as of right now, I think it just makes more sense for me just to kind of chill and play this game on my own time. Just kind of have a thing to relax with and just something to do with the hands at that point when I'm just like listening to a podcast or something. I think that's now where I'm going to kind of put the game in my said gaming time period. This has been a lot of fun. I really enjoyed Raiders. Legitimately, one of my favorite single-player experiences that Splatoon has ever had. I don't know if this tops Octo expansion, but it's pretty close. It's that good. So it's highly recommended to anyone who's a fan of Splatoon. And yeah, I just really, really enjoyed the game. But in terms of streaming at the first playthrough series now for this, I say is capped off. I still have more treasure I know I need to collect, so I'm not going to be showing off all of the relic collection stuff. I'm not going to be showing all these treasures, but that, in the grand scheme, doesn't really matter as much. You will unlock one more title, and I can at least tell you what the title is, because I can just look that up. So here we go, all title lists. I can just show you the last one. It's not a great site for that. Oh, that's Splatoon 3's crossover. I guess I have to use the site I have here. Okay, for some reason, the only ones I'm finding right now are at the plus 60%. I'm gonna say plus 100%. See if we can find the title from that. I did see it said legendary. Well, that's probably what the title is. I just want to see if we can find like an image of it. But unfortunately, like, no one's really documented it, I guess, at this point, which I guess kind of makes sense. I have a video here that might have documented it. Let me see. Yeah, this will work. Okay, there it is. For getting all the treasure, you get one more title. And I'm just gonna... Well, I guess I don't show it popping up, but that's fine. This is the title in question. If you get all the treasure in the game, it will max out your relic value to all 9s. And by doing that, you get the Legendary Raider title, which gives you a shard yield of plus 100%. So that's the best you'll get in the game, and here's the image of all the different treasures that you'll get, obviously leveled up to max. So you want to look this up yourself and see what all the treasures have. I recommend doing that, or just play the game yourself and unlock these in your own game. That way you get to read all the descriptions on your own time. Because I also have to do all that with the salmon bios and such, and that it's just going to be a lot of grinding. It's not really worth it. Plus, the treasure unlocks it's random. That's why I can't guarantee going for all these. It doesn't make as much sense because it's randomized for every treasure I get at the end of one of these bottomless buffet grinds. So there's no guarantee I get a treasure out of one of the bottomless buffet 4s. And there's not even a guarantee that I'll get one of the treasures that I really would want. Like if I want to update the plummeting dart description and get the upgrade to that perk. No guarantee I'll get that. Maybe get the upgrade to the bearded brooch instead. It's all random. And that's kind of the problem I have now for going any further with the stream series. So I think just finishing off the secret boss, getting the secret ending, that's how we're going to cap our time in Splatoon Raiders. This is a lot of fun. Now, before we end tonight though, I did say I am going to show the weapon you get, because that did just get added to Splatoon 3 with the latest update, version 1.2.0. I believe that's not the version, so update it. The newest version of Splatoon 3 got a weapon from Splatoon Raiders. I'm going to show that off before we end it, just because of the promotion thing. It's the only real time I have to really talk about it. Let me get the cartridge. Alright, let's go ahead, turn it on. So we can see what the weapon is, and then that'll be it for our Splatoon Raiders journey here throughout these said streams. I will say as the game's loading, I want to thank everyone for all the support throughout these streams themselves. Just because the support I got with the YouTube streams alone was overwhelming. I was not expecting these streams to perform as well as they were on YouTube, and that definitely helped make my month. That was something I really needed, which also helped with some of the motivation things I was feeling, as I mentioned earlier on in the stream. So I really do appreciate everyone stopping by, and if you enjoyed the content, you know, just do the usual stuff on the YouTube side, like, comment, subscribe, hang out a bit. Don't cyberstalk me, please. I always have to add like that one extra thing because I don't like the like, comment, subscribe talk, so I always gotta meme the final one. Also do the same thing on Twitch, I guess. Follow, subscribe to the channel, give me bits. I can't think of a good joke one for the ending of that. Wave hi to me if you see me. There you go. That'll work. Alright, so the weapon you get if you have Splatoon Raider data on your Switch 2 and you play Splatoon 3, you get yourself this weapon in particular, which is just the Tentatic Splatter Shot again. Well, that's kind of annoying. But this is the weapon you get for playing Splatoon Raiders and going back to Splatoon 3. Coming home, you cheater. You know the meme, you know. The weapon in question is the plastic bottle shot replica. So this is based on one of the plastic bottles that you get in Splatoon Raiders, which is one of the many drops you get, not one of the primo versions, just a standard plastic bottle. So I guess the mechanic brought this back from Spirelight Island and just gave it to one of the random people in the street. Like, here, you take this thing. It's junk anyways. I want a primo weapon. This thing sucks. And just like the version of this gun that doesn't have a special paint job, this thing has Splat Bomb as its bomb type. And then the special is the triple ink strike. And it's a splatter shot, so it's a 3-shot weapon. Pretty easy to use, one of very beginner-friendly weapons, in my opinion, in Splatoon. But also still a really powerful weapon that you can easily use in competitive gaming. It's a good all-rounder weapon as a whole, so not a bad weapon to have for a crossover. I just wish it wasn't another splatter shot. Like, honestly speaking, we have too many splatter shots in this house. Just to showcase that, I need to change to a different gun just to really hammer this point home. Yeah, go to main. So here's how many splatter shots that are in Splatoon 3 at this point. You got the splatter shot, Tentatek splatter shot, Glamrose splatter shot, Hero shot replica, Octo shot replica, Order shot replica, and plastic bottle replica. That is 7. 7. And notice how 3 of them are the same kit. Hero shot replica, Order shot replica, and standard old splatter shot are the same thing. Not to mention, Tentatek splatter shot, Order shot replica, and now the new plastic bottle shot replica, also all the same weapon. They have the same exact kits. The only one that's different is this one. I personally think plastic bottle should have been a mirror of the newer Glamour splatter shot, because I would love to have had another burst ball and Kraken. And we didn't need a third T-Tech in this house. We already have too many of this. We didn't need a third. I'm just saying. But it's a cool little crossover that I just wanted to show off before we end the tonight's stream, because that's a great way, I think, for capping out our Splatoon Raiders journey. And I guess as a PSA while I'm in the game, if you want to play some of this weekend, I recommend it for your snails, because I can't show it here, I guess. I gotta go back to city. You can already kind of hear it. But Splatfest is coming up. If you actually just need to get me some... That meme will never die. That's been a thing since 2015, and I don't think a kid has ever meant that, really. They're bringing back this Summerfest theme of what you would reserve for a day. Palace, theme park, or beach. That's happening this weekend from Friday to Sunday. So 40-hour span. So if you need snails in the game, I recommend playing it. I'm probably not going to be streaming it. I just want to mention it. You can find the stream on the VOD channel if you want to see a stream of me going through this specific Splatfest in question. And I think there was like a challenge coming up too if you want to play one of these. Yeah, like this is also around the same time as Splatfest is ending. So Fastest Blasters, Rainmaker. I don't think they did it with Rainmaker before. I can't remember. But it's a pretty cool challenge if you just want to really see how powerful that blaster was by the time I finished my Splatoon Raiders journey. But, yeah, that's gonna do it, though. That was a lot of fun playing through Raiders. Again, hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. We'll be back tomorrow with more of the Twilight Princess one-hit KO series of mine. The start is going to be very interesting. I need to definitely do some practice for a very big thing that I need to do within, like, the first half an hour, I think, of that stream. It's going to happen pretty fast. There's a roadblock we're going to have to overcome because we got ourselves the early Master Sword to add a little more challenge to the run. So I recommend stopping by and at least seeing the beginning hour or so of that playthrough because it's going to go places, to say the least. And I'm going to be working on more video stuff, as I mentioned in the Raider section. Motivation has been a pretty big problem this year in general. Just a lot of things have been dragging me down, as it has a lot of people around me. But I've been doing what I can to change a lot of that, push myself more, and getting back into the swing of things. So my goal is to get that stinking unboxing video I've been promising now for like 2 weeks getting that one out on the YouTube channel. And hopefully, for the next couple weeks, you'll see some brand new content coming out soon as well. That's something I've been wanting to do for this month, but it's, at this point, looking like a new series. I think it would probably be safer to start by around the beginning of September. That's my new goal. I don't want to push myself too much and give myself an unrealistic expectation, because that's just not a great idea, unhealthy to do. So that's my goal. So hopefully you'll see some stuff soon. Some stuff soon. But I think you can tell with me tripping over my words. Tired? And it's time to end. So with that, I'm done. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you back here tomorrow for Twilight Princess. Take care and have a good night, everybody.